to the ground. Hey guys, what's going on? How you doing? Come in, come in, come in. Have a seat. Hey Miss Gotti. Hey Plotter. What's going on? I'll prove it. I'll prove it. What's going on? What's going on? Everybody come in. Today is exciting because I don't know, somebody can check me. We're streaming from the Music Recording Network Live, and we're also streaming from I'm Just Saying VB. So we're doing two channels at once. So if you go to my channel, you might see me on that side as well. So that's pretty cool. So if you want to be in the chat over here, come over to the Music Recording Network Live. I don't know. Does both of the chats in here? I don't know. I gotta ask Tahir. Tahir, where are you, Tahir? I got to ask questions because this is the first time they were doing it. Tahir helped me set it up after we did the reactions. I hope everybody had a nice little break. Hey, Aspen, how you doing? Everybody good? Everybody good? Oh, my goodness. I have no idea what we have in store for today. I didn't get a chance to check with Tahir, which I should have, but I was trying to hurry up and clean. Hey Valerie, how you doing? Hey Steph, where am I? Where are you, Valerie? Are you on I'm Just Saying VB, or are you on the Music Recording Network Live? Which one are you on? This is confusing. So it's working, Plotter. That's what you're saying? Yes. I don't think it matters where you are, because I think all the chats come in. Okay, you're on VB. Great. Okay. So that's wonderful, because all the chats from both come into me where I'm at. So it's fine. So basically what I was saying, I'm just saying VB. Okay, that's fine. What I was saying was that we are streaming live from both channels at the same time. So if you're in the Music Recording Network Live, or if you're in I'm Just Saying VB, it doesn't matter, because I can see your chat here, everybody from both of those here, and you're going to get the same content. And this helps me to get more content on my channel, so that I don't have to go back and forth and take the video and put it over there and everything. So it's streaming the same time. So yes, it worked, Tahir. It worked. Look at us, Tahir. We going from level to level. We just leveling up. We just leveling up. I love it. I love it. I love it. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Whether you're here for the Music Recording Network Live, or I'm Just Saying VB, you're part of the Quad Squad. If you're subscribed to all 4 of the channels, which is 3 of Mike's and 1 of mine, that is the Quad Squad. So welcome, 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 welcome. Come on in, come on in. Of course it works. Of course, because Tahir told me what to do. Tahir, my next lesson is how to take a screenshot, because we had some stuff go down in Maggie's chat with Jag, and she's like, oh, take a screenshot. I was like, oh yeah, don't know that yet. I have to talk to Tahir. I have to learn that. So we're still learning as we go. There we go. But this has worked, and I'm excited about this. What are we getting into today, Tahir? What are we getting into? Let's see. We do have a video. Tahir, were you able to load that video that Murph sent earlier into the group chat? It's the same, Plotter. It's the I know you can't pick which one you want to see me on. You're gonna see me on both. Love you, Plotter. Do we have that video? Were you able to upload that? Because I actually had that same video in my queue, so we could definitely do that one, the one with CPS and the baby and all that other stuff. We could definitely do that a little bit later. But right now, let's go ahead and we'll start our roll call. I have both pulled up. You guys have FOMO. You feel like you're going to miss out. I love it. I love it. It's all right. Let both play. Let both run. Get the views on both. Make sure to like both of them. we love you so much, guys. We love all your support. We could not do it without you. So let's go ahead and start this roll call. Miss Gothy, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Plotter, Aspen, hey, how you doing? Valerie, how you doing? How you doing? Jamie, come on in, come on in. Mary's Gemini Mind, hey, hey, hey. Who else we got? Tahir, of course. Tahir. Um, who else we got in here? Who else we got in here? Renee. Hey, how you doing, Renee? Who else we got in here? Who else we got in here? Let's see. That's it for right now. Anybody else want to say hey or what's up? Put it in the chat, either my chat or the Music Recording Network Live. I think it all comes right here, so I'll see either one. So it's all good. I'm bobbing and weaving. Okay. It will take some time to download and upload. Yeah. And for mine, I just save it. Whatever is on it, I just save it. That's it. Whatever. Because my computer is like, I think it has 50 gigs of storage and I'm already at 40 something. So it's not going to let me do anything. And I don't even have a video saved on it. I just have like thumbnails and I deleted all those. Hey, Cassius, how you doing? Welcome. Come on in. Love to see you guys. Love you too, Jamie. And I see that what is it, mods from my channel. I can see my mods from my channel. I can see the mods from Mike's channel. This is awesome. I love this. So that is what's up. Okay. Anybody else want to shout out and say hello? We're coming in. Hey, Temper, how you doing? Come on in. Love it. I don't know where Murph is. Murph might be still with Maggie. I was on with them a little bit earlier, then I had to drop down so I could do some cooking and have some food for my family when my husband comes home. Kai is already here, so she can eat now if she wants to. She needs to get an external hard drive. Yeah, with this computer, external hard drive is probably not going to be the move. I just need to get like a Windows or something like that. This is a Chromebook, so it's already going to have just like the basic limited type of storage and able to move, and that's fine. Like I said, I was on a phone before this. My other computer is definitely not working, so we work with what we have and until we get something else, and I am grateful and fine with that. Hey, Plotter, you're blue like me. Yes, Plotter is he's a mod on my channel too, even though we don't get trolls over on my channel. So yeah, it's pretty, like, if you're gonna come and troll us, you really have some serious issues that we need to probably pray for and hope for the best. You can get servers to store more stuff remotely. Yeah. So and the good thing is that I am going from Mike's channel, so I still have the free version of StreamYard, and I'm almost at the end of my allowed hours. So being as though I think I'm broadcasting from Mike's and not mine, I don't think it counts against mine. I don't know. Tahir, you tell me if I'm crazy, if I'm wrong or whatever. Only Tahir knows. He has. Haha, Jamie, we match. There, the other blue. Yes, Cassius. Welcome. Might be cheaper than an external and won't be a tax on your PC. Possibly, yes. I will just definitely have to look into that. Cassius is the electronic guru. He always has great ideas with how to get around something. And he's one of my 3 top researchers on top of that who can always find something that I don't know what I'm looking for. And I say, hey, have you heard of this? Do you know anything about this? Nope, but I'll find it. And he goes and finds it. Him, Claire, and Michelle, my researchers. Big shout out to you guys. Love you guys so much. I'm working Plotter, damn it. Hey, Lily, how you doing? Welcome. I'm a bob to the other with Tia. Okay. Hey, Lily, how you doing? I only wanted to say hi. Oh my goodness. Singing, there's no trolls in the house. There's no trolls in my house. Yeah, you have got to be a special kind of person to try to troll me. TT Tracker, hello, wonderful peeps. Hey, TT Tracker, how you doing? Come on in, come on in. Boop, 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 boop. We love it. Everybody scooch over, get comfortable. Steph, want to thank you for keeping the focus on the kids. Absolutely, it's always about the kids. And I actually spoke with Father Jeffrey this morning, which was pretty cool. And we talked about, what they do and stuff like that. And that's what I was supposed to do. I wanted to look, because he did say they had a PBS documentary on what they did. And I wanted to possibly play it later. So I need to look for it. I didn't even get thank you, Tahir. Thank you, Tahir. And so I wanted to play that, and we'll do that possibly a little bit later, because he did give me the name of it, but I did not research it because I forgot. I wrote it down, I forgot. So let's see. Oh goodness. It's called Turning the Tide. Turning the Tide, and it's a PBS documentary. And I'm gonna have to look for it when we get into this. We're just gonna give everybody a little time to come on in. If Bonnie is in the chat, push Bonnie to the forward, because she probably knows exactly what I'm looking for, and she can probably send it to me. Did you see the news in Tennessee? No, Linda. What happened in Tennessee? What happened? Oh, you're driving, Lily. Okay, be safe. I heard, Linda. Okay, somebody tell me what's going on. What's going on in Tennessee? What happened? I'm comfortable. I'm in bed. The dog is lying on my feet. Oh, yeah, that sounds nice and cozy. It's so sad. What happened? Hey, I'm back, Potter. Okay. Let's see. Trolls need to think twice before causing crap. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You'll get bopped right out of here. Let's see. It is, isn't it? So often. Oh, pew pew. At us today. Another one. I'm telling you, three and what is wrong with these? These kids. Like, I'm telling you, I don't even know if it's an issue of banger control, or if it's an issue of we just don't allow kids to fight it out and call it whatever. Like, I would feel better if two kids had an issue, or you had an issue, or you had a whatever, and you put on some boxing gloves and just put them in a ring, and let them just whatever, and then when it's over, because this whole banger thing for me is just it's so out of hand. And it was out of hand when Columbine happened. It was out of hand then. But I feel like we resort to the bangers when we don't want to get our butt whooped, or we're too afraid that someone might get our butt whooped. And I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe we need to just start giving out boxing gloves and making matches. Like, okay, you guys got 2 rounds to sort this aggression out, and then it's over. You need to leave it alone. But maybe that's too simple. But at least at the end of the day, you might have a little black and blue, or you might have a little cut, but you're breathing at the end of the day. And these ones that are going here and banging up the whole school, it's like, did you have issues with these kids? Not that it matters, but did you have issues with these kids, or you just randomly jumping off? Like, come on. It's ridiculous. Back in the day, if we had an issue, we settled and moved on. Right. That meet you at 3:00 type thing. But, whatever. I'm not, promoting violence, but sometimes, if you gotta pick one over the other, I would pick, putting on some boxing gloves over somebody coming in with a banger. I mean, but that's just me. That's what, hey, okay. Head, what's going on? That's what I'm going to do to hear that. Pedovore, what in the world? Okay, you're new, so I'm gonna let Tahir let me know if this is a person that knows you, Tahir, or someone that is trolling. because we just said we didn't have trolls in here. So, oh, bless your heart, you're trying to come in here and troll. I meant the pew pew person. Agree. And Steph, I sent you the news feed. Okay. It has to go to Tahir, the kid off. Oh, yeah. Well, see, and that's what irritates me too. See, don't come in here starting no mess and then you're going to turn it on yourself. I hate to be the person to say this, but start with you. Don't start with everybody else and then turn around. Like if you're going to end up doing that to yourself, don't start with everybody else. Leave everybody else alone. We didn't want to be a part of this. This sounds like something that was personal and, leave us out of it. But, it's worst case scenario, but, whatever. That's the cowardice way. It's very cowardice, but, and I don't know if it's a thing of these kids being in dire pain and distraught, or if it's a thing of you feel like somebody's going to remember your name because you've done something so heinous. But at this point, if you're trying to get recognition for life, nobody's going to remember it in a year. Unfortunately, we've had so many. No one is going to remember it. I mean, even the Columbine, I don't even remember those kids' names that did it. I just remember it was Columbine because that was like the first one that ever happened in my knowledge. That's it. I don't remember anywhere else that it happened. I know it's happened all over. But so I don't know. I don't know how that's what their goal is with that. But I really wish that if it's something like bullying or something like somebody's picking on you, you got a problem with something, I'd rather you let's pick up these gloves. Let's, do something with these gloves before we pick up these bangers. Like, that's how I feel about it. Hey, Murph, my brother, you want to come up to here? Can you drop the link for Merv? Because Merv is not going to be able to click my link and he's not going to hear me. So who was here this morning, a show of hands, that heard Murph just talking and he couldn't hear me and everybody else could hear me, but Murph couldn't hear me? And that was awesome this morning. It was so funny. If you haven't seen that this morning, go check out my live that says snow in Florida. And yeah, that was hilarious. The first one I remember was that's the first one I remember, Columbine, and I don't remember the kids' names. I don't remember their names. Like I don't remember their I just remember the school. So like if you're doing this because like, oh, I'm gonna be infamous for coming in and banging up the school, they're not gonna remember it. At least not in America, because we have so many right now, and it's unfortunate that American culture gets so complacent with tragedy that it just, yes, we remember that tragedy, Columbine, because it was so heinous. And like, what the heck is going on? And who does that? Like, who does that? I mean,
yeah, we had testing 1 2 3. By the way, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, my brother. What's going on? How you doing? Hey, Cassandra,
Yeah, so
how are you? Hey, Money.
It transpires, and we'll get. I'm just going to say this quickly, but it transpires that not only is my Wi-Fi been hacked, but my mobile phone has been hacked as well.
Yeah, somebody's doing a number on you. Hey, Cookie.
Yep. So going back to what you were saying about Columbine, we had a similar thing over here called Dunblane back when I was a kid, and yeah, I totally agree with every sentiment that you just said, because I've been listening, but I've also been doing things in the background, so I could only just join. So
okay, no problem. Yeah, I just it's got to be something. It's got to be something. At least for kids that feel like they can't. You get to a point where you're backed into a corner. Like, put on some boxing gloves, get in the ring, get 2 rounds out, get the aggression out. Whatever it is, it's settled. I would much rather that than somebody going home plotting, bringing all types of dangerous stuff to school and just randomly going off on people. I mean, if that's what it has to be, then that's what it has to be. Like, I mean,
but
I don't know.
It's one of those questions, and we were speaking about this on with Maggie earlier on, right? That what's your opinion on? Because I know what my opinion is, but I'd prefer to know your opinion first.
Hmm.
About how we should let kids know how to tell somebody about what's going on. You know my story. I shared my story yesterday. Part of my
Hmm.
story
Hmm.
yesterday, and for you, what would be the answer? What would be the? Do you know what I mean? What would be
Hmm.
the pinnacle of stopping this from happening?
Mm.
How can we?
For
How
kids
can?
to report.
Yeah. How can we let children know what's the right thing to do in that
Right.
situation?
Right. I think that especially for this generation, it's first of all, I think you have to do it on more than one front, right? So the parents who are decent parents, they'll do it at home. The teachers, they'll have something to cover at school. But I do think it has to be on a global level. So with ads and commercials and things that come across for children, to see that, it doesn't matter and make the distinction, right? It doesn't matter who it is. Like, yes, mommies and daddies are supposed to be there to protect you. But if mommies and daddies do these things, then mommies and daddies are wrong. And, you should say something to this person, like there should be something that they say. You say it to a teacher, you say it to a principal, you say it to a police officer, you say it to a doctor, you say it to, you say it to people until they listen. Hey, Kiki Eyes, how you doing? Um, and so, yeah, I believe that it has to be something like when we were growing up, we had the DARE program, we had the, don't start forest fires, we had the This Is Your Brain on Drugs, and they were commercials that literally came through, and we literally, may not have understood everything, but it was, even to this day, it's stuck in my mind. Like even subliminally, it was stuck in my mind, and something like that. And we've got to get to the point to where we talk about these things, because it is taboo. It is something that people don't talk about, and we recognize that it's taboo, and we don't talk about it because we see how many people it's happened to, and they all think that they are in the minority with it, when it's looking more like, majority or 50-50, which is scary. And that's because we have not spoken about it. I can't remember who had this. It was a great idea. They had an actual bear, and when you touch the bear someone's like, oh, this is a no spot. Like, I think that's wonderful, kind of just a reinforcement, right? Like, this is a no spot, like, and so just to get kids to be able to understand, like, this is unless it's your doctor, your doctor is supposed to check you with your parents' permission, your parents in the room, and your parents can, check you for, different whatever, make sure you clean good or whatever the case, that's fine. But there's a difference between being checked for, just because your parents, when you're a baby, they got to wipe you, got to make sure, especially with a little kid, you got to make sure you're wiping good and doing all this stuff. They got to make sure, whatever. But it's difference between that and, lingering and inserting and using mouths and what I'm saying,
Yeah,
fingers and all this other
rooming.
stuff.
Let's say rooming, without
Yeah,
the G. Rooming.
yes. So, I think that it has to be something that we have to stop being afraid to say. And I think that it's very large taboo to talk about something like that. Murph, make sure you talk to your phone provider and make it so you
Oh, I
can
have, Cassius.
simplify.
I've spent yesterday, not yesterday, day before. Um, I spent a long time on the phone to
Maybe
my provider, and they told me, and they looked into it, and they sent me emails saying that I've been my
Hey, Star.
my Wi-Fi basically has been. Oh, was somebody else there?
No, I'm just saying hi to everybody while you're talking. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. That my Wi-Fi has been hacked, and then
Mm-mm.
today I've spent a long time after that hilarious video that we did earlier on. me,
Mm-hmm.
me and Steph not hearing each other. and me just talking over her and her going, Murph, Murph.
It was good.
I
It's very
called,
good.
yeah, I called my mobile provider as well, and they confirmed that I've been hacked as well. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, somebody's coming after me. I don't know who, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying. But I agree with everything that you just said, Steph, about the need for adverts or stuff in school, or and I don't know what the right age to present that to children is. But I presented that same argument just over on another channel, and was told that they think that I'm wrong. So I don't know. I think it's one of those things it's a really, like you say, it's a taboo subject, and but to me,
There's no other way. I mean, there's no other way. And for me, like for my children were not allowed to go anywhere until they were allowed to speak, until I could understand what they were saying to me. So my oldest and my middle, they're 2 years apart. So my oldest, she was a talker. So she could talk at 1 years old. She was speaking full sentences. And so when I had my son, I had been with them the whole time. And then when I had my son, I had to go to work because his father was locked up at the time, or whatever the case. And the only reason why I was allowing them to go somewhere is because I knew that she would tell me anything that was going on. That was the rule. So I feel like when a child is able to speak, that is when we have to start having these conversations, that and with my kids, we used privates. This is your private, nobody touches your private, things like that. And then for someone, if someone is doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, we called them a freshie. So you're being a freshie, don't be a freshie, or you're being fresh. Like that, those are the words that we would use for that, at that age. So don't be a freshie, or you being a freshie, and so that was, those are the terms that we use. So I believe, like, when they start speaking, as soon as a child can start speaking for themselves and making, conversation, that's when we need to have this conversation, because they can say, what's going on. Somebody was being freshy with me, or, somebody touched my privates, and, or whatever, and know what areas are private, and, and areas that people should not be touching and, looking at, or anything
yeah.
like that.
Do you know what I mean? It's like it comes to a certain point. It's like you either do nothing or you do something.
Yeah,
And
got to.
and what is that something? What is that something? What is going to gain reach? And I'm not necessarily saying that it needs to be on mainstream media. It could be on TikTok. It could be on YouTube. It could be on YouTube ads or Facebook or wherever. But there needs to be something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wherever these kids are looking at.
Right.
What are they
Absolutely. And
doing?
this is for older ones that are using electronics and stuff like this. Yeah, definitely. You're on these ads, you're on these electronics, you're on these video games. It's got to be everywhere. It's got to be everywhere. Like, and stop with these adult games and these teenager plus games that are really adult games for little kids, and that's a parent's choice. Why are you buying your child a game that is clearly not appropriate for them? Clearly not appropriate.
Absolutely. And it's just like, so earlier on I was speaking about it, and I was saying exactly what you're saying now about these advert stuff that need to be in place. And it was like, no, because it's going to cause them more trauma, because they're going to think that these children are then going to think that oh no, my uncle's going to do something inappropriate, or my dad or my mum or somebody that's close to me is going to do something inappropriate. That's not what.
No, it's a preventative measure. Preventative. It's not saying that they will. It's saying that it doesn't matter who does it.
Exactly.
That needs to be reported. So just because it's mom doesn't mean.
And also, my point wasn't also just about the children, but I didn't manage to get my point across. So my point was about children seeing anything happening in the home, anything, right? So way before anything happened to me, SA wise, way before that, I witnessed every single day of my life, DV taking place
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
between my father and my mum.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's also something that children should be taught about
Mm-hmm.
and taught to report, because it is something that will, the longer it goes on, the more trauma and the more devastation it's going to leave in your life.
Right. Right. Right.
Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? And
And
it's
that's
not
a
about
lot of
trauma.
times like people don't like kids because kids will tell it. You got one that will tell. Here's some out there that they will tell everything, honey. And that's what a kid does. Like they are innocent in that sense, to where they're not thinking, oh, I have to hide this and hide, and you know how I feel about secrets. So, um but yeah, Linda left you a message. Do you see that message at the bottom, Murph?
Oh, I already replied to it with laughing emoji.
Okay. Okay, let's
Yeah,
go on.
yeah. So literally, my phone went off at that moment, but it didn't go off. It was still on, but the app kind of disappeared. But I was still speaking, going, "Hello, hello, can anybody hear me?" And everybody said, "Yes, we can hear you." But I couldn't see Steph, and I couldn't hear Steph. And
Mm-hmm.
then I had to drop out about three different times, and then I thought, bugger this, I'm just going to call my network, and they confirmed that somebody's been trying to hack my mobile.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Call of Duty. Imagine a kid coming in to play Call of Duty. Like, absolutely not. There's no reason why kids should be playing a game with, banging up, anybody. I don't care if it's the enemy or whatever the case. Like, it's inappropriate. We need to get back to what is appropriate and inappropriate for certain age groups and certain age levels. Like, it's okay. Everything is not for everyone. Like, it is okay. There are some things that are just for adults. Can the adults have some adult stuff? Hello?
Well,
Let the kids have kids stuff. It doesn't need to blend.
yeah, and just to say to that, yeah, I know that Grand Theft Auto and stuff like that have got like gang mobs and guns and stuff like that in them. But when we were growing up, we had stuff like Street Fighter, which is just as
Mm-hmm.
bad, really, when you think about it, because
Yeah, Street Fighter.
it's people fighting, and in Mortal Kombat and stuff like that. It's people
Mm-hmm.
fighting in really aggressive manners,
Mm-hmm.
shooting at people, but without guns. Do you know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
So
right.
it's not really about that, I don't think. I think that
Yep.
there are other issues to look at, such as let's say corn, and because I'm not going to use the other word, which begins with
Mm-hmm.
P, as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to C. We've got that kind of stuff going on. We've got DV going on. We've got teleportation going on. We've got all of this other stuff to deal with. If people want escapism, let's face it, we live in a world now which wasn't our world when we were growing up. Right?
Right, right.
I never had to lock my door when I was a kid. I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Our door was never locked. You could come in whenever you wanted to, because we trusted everybody that lived in our community. It's not
Right,
like
right, right.
it's not like that anymore. But the reason why it's not like that anymore, in my humble opinion, is because of mainstream media.
Yeah,
Right. So
yeah.
we had 4 channels on the TV, and that's all we could see. We didn't have such things as mobile phones, where we could just look up whatever we as soon as we wanted to look it up. We had to go to a
Mm-hmm.
library to do that.
Yep.
We had to go to a telephone box if one of our friends was going to phone us, and you'd arrange the time, and you'd go to the telephone box and write down the number so people could call us, because we didn't have a telephone. And
Mm-hmm.
all of these things, now you've got mainstream media 24 hours a day repeating the same stories, pushing narratives on people, and making scaremongering people basically thinking a certain way.
Yep.
And that,
And
in my opinion, that's exactly what's happening.
And let me tell you how easy it is, because I've seen it and I've done it. Like, with my children, they were not allowed to have, watch do video games or electronic stuff like that during school week, right? So Friday and Saturday were your times to you could, play your video games and do, but during the week, and they usually didn't have a lot of time anyway because they were always in some activities. But when I had my business and the after school and summer camp program, one of the first rules that we had was that no electronics. And you would think that a generation, because this is probably the first generation that of kids that were glued to anything electronic, right? And you would think that they would have had a meltdown, right? They could not function without it. And, at first it was like, well, what are we going to do? But then after a while, they didn't even miss it. They didn't even
Yep.
miss it. We had dance, we had drama, we had arts and crafts, we had languages, we had Spanish, we had Chinese, we had Cambodian, we had ASL, and there was another one. There was another one there. I can't remember right now. We had cooking, we had knitting, we had sewing. The kids were making things. We had all the sports you could think of. So football, basketball, kickball, baseball, soccer, frisbee, then we had free time play or whatever. I had one of the teachers from the schools that I worked at come in and do science lab with them. So she would come in and they would do science projects with her, and she would set up science projects with them once a week. I had another parent who was a STEM person. So she came in and did, technology and stuff with the kids and engineering, and they built stuff and, things like that. I had a petting zoo that came in. So the kids would be out there, petting the animals, learning about the animals. We did, pony rides. I had people come out for the pony rides. At the first couple of years, we had everyone came to us. We didn't have to go anywhere. I had everything. And you imagine they had a full day. They even had their rest time, So, all of that, there was no time for electronics, and nobody cared. Nobody cared.
No.
And parents would come back and they would say, the next morning they were like, "What did you guys do?" Like, nothing. We just played and we did this. And my kid went home and they crashed. Didn't even eat dinner. Just went home, and these kids would be done for the rest of the day. Like, done. And that was our day. That was our day. And it's that easy. You think that you can't remove it from them because they're so used to it. That is not true. That is not true.
It's not true in the slightest. It's what this is the difficulty in today's age, right? And I'm not making this as a sweeping statement. I on everybody. What I'm saying is that there are a lot of people, not all people, but there are a lot of people that find it convenient to give their kids these devices.
Yeah.
Because it means that they get on and do what they want to do.
Yeah.
And just leave their kids with these devices. Now, what some of these people that are doing that don't realize is that some of these kids are looking at material that they shouldn't be looking at.
Right. And don't be afraid to talk to these kids. I know some kids, they're talkative, they ask questions. You know what? Answer their questions sometimes. Just sit and listen to their questions. Just answer as me. And you know what else? Don't be afraid to say, "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know."
Exactly. Sometimes kids don't know what we do because
they just want to talk. Like, how many kids have told me all types of stories? I'm like, really? And these are things that I say, really? Oh, you don't say. And what happened with it? And just let them go. Let them go. They'll, they get tired soon enough and they'll move on to something else. You don't have to get the electronics to babysit your child. Let them talk. Let them have conversation.
Absolutely. And if you think back to some of the things like that right, so I'm just using this as an example, but some of the things that my kids had come back from even primary school and told me about, I'd forgotten that I'd. Do you know what I mean? Because not everything clicks in you can't. We're all different people, so your kids sometimes can teach you things, and it's like, no matter how small they are, they can come back and go, "Oh, I learned this today," and you're like, I totally forgot about that. But it's our job. It's our job as the adults, and whether you're a parent or not, just as an adult, it is your oh, I don't want to say God-given duty because I'm not religious, but it's just a term that I will use for now.
You can say your God-given duty. It's okay, Merv, if you come closer to the line. It's all right. We're not gonna push you away. It's all right.
You
Come on,
understand
Merv.
what I'm saying?
Come on.
You understand what I'm saying, don't you? You understand? It's as an adult, it's your duty to look after these children, regardless of whether you're a parent or not. It is your duty. And the other thing is that not all victims turn out to be bad people.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
never use the excuse about, you know, that this happened to them when they were younger and stuff like that. Yes, that needs to be taken into account, but you've still got a choice. You know, I many people, including myself, that have had a past and have done things wrong and have turned right around to the right side of life and used it as a way to help people because I've got knowledge of how that actually works and what it can do to your head.
Right. And you know, the thing is, it's up to us to, you know, help support that as well, right? Like you can't control every parent, but you know what? When I give a gift, maybe I'm not giving a gift, an electronic gift, I'm giving a coloring book. I'm giving a handwriting book. Remember that I know for us, the handwriting books to where you learned how to do script and stuff like that, they still sell those. Those are still out there. You know, how about give a kid that and a pack of pencils or a pack of pens? You know, something that gets they learn something, they have a good time. You'd be surprised how many kids will take that and do with that.
Do you know one of the simplest things, and I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me on this stuff, is when you're speaking to, like, even if you're just speaking to a small child and you're large and you're an adult, right? So you're always going to be large regardless of your size because they're small. One of the best things that you can do is bend down and speak to them so that they can look in your eyes, right? That gives them courage. That gives them support because you're down at the same level as them, so they don't see you as somebody that is, you know, is trying to, you know, is trying to take advantage or anything like that. And that, you know, that can work. That can work two ways. It can work in a good way and a bad way. But what I'm saying is, if you feel that a child is in any kind of predicament, bend down. Don't just go up to them, stand up tall and say, what's going on? Do you know what I mean?
Right. And you know what else we used to do? And so I'm from the north, so I'm from New Jersey, but we never did yes ma'am, yes sir, things like that. In my house, I wasn't mandated to do that because, you know, my family was from the north. Everybody's from New York pretty much, or, you know, northern enough, right? But I had a friend who lived around the corner and she always had to say ma'am, yes, because her grandparents and her people were from the South. They, you know, they're very like, you say yes ma'am, yes sir, you know, things like that. So I never had to use it, but when I started dealing with the kids, you know, at the summer camp and after school, when they would come to me, they'd be like, Miss Stephanie, you know, I'm like, yes ma'am, yes sir, ma'am, sir. Like I would address them like that, and they would just feel like, okay, like it was just a, you know, and it's not me bowing down or anything to them, but it's just a respect. They go, yes ma'am, yes, what would you like, ma'am? You know, what would you like, sir?
Yeah, see,
Like,
in this country we don't use ma'am and sir. We just go, you are. Well, especially where I'm from, we call everybody love, whether you're male or female. Whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. You all right, love?
That's like auntie and uncle in other countries, like in Uganda. I think when the African Children's Choir came, they were from Uganda. They use auntie and uncle. So anytime, like when we served them food, they were like, "Thank you, auntie. Thank you, auntie. Thank you, auntie." So it's, you know, it's a respect thing. It's you know, and it's pretty neat. But it starts with us, right? It starts with us and saying, like, hey, we're gonna, I understand you get this and that. I'm just gonna give you this little thing. Like maybe they'll be interested, and you'll be surprised what these kids are interested in. You'd be surprised. You'd be
Well,
surprised. Like they really,
the question
you
is
know.
how much time are people taking to find out what the kids are interested in, and that's what is, I suppose, because
Yeah.
I know exactly what my kids are interested in. I know what
Right.
they want to
Right. I was there with mine, so I knew. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know what I mean?
I was there with mine, so I knew. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I definitely understand. And some parents can't, they're working and they're single parents and stuff, and they understand that or whatever, and it doesn't work that way. But even if you do have a little time, even as a single parent, if you're just coming home, I know sometimes it's a long day, you're tired, you just want to rest your brain, and here comes little, Billy over here asking a million questions. But sometimes just you're like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, yeah. And not to say you don't have to listen, but just encourage them to speak, even if you don't have the gist of everything that they're saying. It's okay. Like just, and don't be afraid to say, I don't know. I don't know. Like I've
Yeah,
told kids,
exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly. Like I said, that kids teach us something, stuff that we forgot. My kid, one of my kids came home the other day and told me about Numio, what they call Numio Columbus clouds.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh my God, you've just reminded me of something from my childhood that I totally
Right.
forgot about. So it's not just us teaching them, they're teaching us at the same time, but just allow them
Mm-hmm.
to grow, allow their minds to
Mm-hmm.
grow.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like give
Right.
them this,
Right.
don't treat them as objects like a Gucci bag or something like that.
Right. Right.
They're not
Right.
possession. A child is not a possession. It's part of you. It's part of your life. It's
Right.
come organic from you.
Right. They're your legacy, really. They're the only legacy that's actually going to be here when you're gone. So,
Well,
I
in,
mean,
in my belief pattern, right, the only way that you stay alive is, and after we've passed away, is by people continuing to speak about you. Right. So
mhm.
if that doesn't continue, if they're never going to speak about you, then you don't carry on. Do you know what I mean?
Sounds like
Because
Coco. Sounds like Coco. You's watching Coco.
I don't even know what Coco is, but
It's a movie. It's an awesome movie, but Coco just is about the same thing. It's about the Dios de los Muertos, so the Day of the Dead, and that's basically what they do is they put pictures of all their relatives on the mantle so that they are remembered and
oh
they can cross
yes,
over and spend
yeah,
time with
yeah.
them. Coco, yeah.
Yeah, I know Coco. I do know Coco. Yes, I've watched that many times with my kids. I thought you were talking about a movie, not a cartoon movie. Um,
No, I've
yeah,
been around kids for how long? I'm hardly ever talking about adult movies.
I tell you what, I watched an amazing movie, and this is totally turning right here on the or turning left, whichever you want to believe,
Mm-hmm.
on the conversation. But I watched a great movie yesterday called Missing, which is on Netflix. But
Mm-hmm.
if you've Netflix, go and try and find it somewhere. Because it's all based on social media. It's based on laptops, so it's not like one of your normal movies, let's say. But
Wow. Wow.
it's really interesting because it's also talking about what we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So
Something
I'm
else.
not.
Sorry.
I don't want to give spoiler alerts because it's. I want people to watch it because it's a
Okay.
real. I was really impressed. I'm a bit of a movie buff, and
Okay.
and
Darn, I'm stuck.
the it's the first one that I've seen in a long time that's really impressed me.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I think I'm stuck.
Oh, you stuck now? Oh, Steph's now getting hacked, people. So can everybody still hear me? Just so that I know that I'm not being hacked again. Just put a one in the chat if you can hear me, please. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Right, okay, cool. Right, so while Steph's gone, have you got any questions that you want to ask? Or shall I read through the side chat? So, oh, Grandma. Hello, Grandma. Sorry, I've not been paying attention to the side chat because I've been chatting and my dog keeps pawing me.
Sorry, guys, I got stuck.
It's okay.
So yeah, so what were we saying? Just about the kids and just, you know, there's we got to do something. We got to do something to prevent, like, you know, there's no foolproof plans on it, but as long as we're doing something in good faith, you know, we got to try something. Just sit there and just wait for something to happen. Nothing has ever happened just by sitting and waiting. Nothing gets done. So you got to do something. But welcome everybody. Okay, please hit the likes. Did I think I shouted out almost everybody. We're about 50 minutes in here. And we have this video that you sent me that was actually in my queue, so it's perfect. You ready to get into this, Murph?
Let's go for it, my love.
All right. So let's go ahead and do the. Well, I don't think we need to do it, but we'll do it anyway. The copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. All rights belong to their respective owners. Content might be gossip, rumors, exaggerated, or indirectly beside the truth. Viewers are advised to do their own research before forming their opinion. The content might be opinionated, and with me, it definitely will be. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this intro. What's up, YouTube? Thanks for joining us. I'm just saying VB, filling in for Uncle Mike, and we're gonna get into this video. Wow, CPS tried to take his newborn baby hours after she was born, and he was not having it. So let's go ahead and get right into this and see what's going on here.
Bad man, I'm not talking. Come take her, bad man. No, I'm trying to take her away from me. You ain't finna take her. You ain't finna take her out this room.
You're letting the CPS worker, who's an Illinois CPS worker, social worker, put his hands on me, which they are not allowed to touch you. Period. So I'm sitting here with my beautiful child and my beautiful wife, to be, making this video for the world to see. If y'all can, share this video.
All right, what's up with it, y'all? So look, man, I'm back again with another video, right? And look, it's a situation that's going viral in a couple of different places. And look, I don't know exactly who the guy is, but I'm going to try to figure it out who it is to the best of my abilities after the video. So I will probably put this information somewhere in this video if I can find him. But basically, long story short, I done seen clips and bits and pieces of it, but y'all already know how I am. I gotta go find the full video, and I think I did, but we don't know until we get into the video to watch it. But from the clips that I've seen, it's just basically they're trying to take his child from him, and he's saying no to the whole situation. I don't know why they're trying to do it and all of that, but y'all already know that's what we're here for anyways, to check it out and see what's going on. But I do want to say, if you have a situation with CPS, Child Protective Services, or it's different names for it at different places. You don't have to give your children up. It's certain steps they have to go through to get your child from you. We'll talk about that probably in the video and stuff like that. But you definitely don't have to give your children up to these people without certain things happening. You know what I'm saying? Especially without a warrant from the judge and certain things like that. But we'll talk about all of that in the video. I want to tell everybody out there that I definitely do appreciate y'all for being here. I hope that everything is okay with you and your family. And I'm wishing y'all nothing but the best in every aspect of your life. And when I say this, I'm only talking to those who say the same thing back to me in return, and to those who reciprocate the same energy back to me. Even if you can't type it out to me, I definitely do receive the energy. And yeah, man, let's go ahead and get into this and see what's going on with the whole situation, because I'm really, really concerned and trying to see.
The lawsuit, come snatch out of my hands. Get the lawsuit, snatch out of my hands then. Get no, because I ain't giving her up.
I'm just saying.
I'm not letting her go.
You're going to get DCFS, put you in it, and then you're going to lose custody of her 2 hands?
No, I'm not getting nothing, because then he's going to take this. I ain't did nothing for you. What you
right now.
So you just going to take my name and draw it out the hat?
Right now you're doing it.
Doing what? I got everything on camera right now. What I'm doing? Right now I'm doing what? Right now I'm doing what?
I've told you.
You ain't telling me nothing. Tell me again. I ain't hear you. Tell me again. Then okay. Get my lawyer. Get your paperwork. Get my lawyer. Get your paperwork.
Supervisor myself. The supervisor is going to take the phone. That's why I'm leaving here. My supervisor just needs to tell me, hey, you have fun and take the next phone. That's correct.
Somebody got R. Kelly playing in the back.
Doing this is just prolonging the situation. After we take protective
No, it's not. I'm on the law. I'm just fine. You thinking me doing this? I'm not super broke. Go get your lawyer.
Just kills.
I tried to do it before we got home. You know, I wouldn't even open my door for your ass. I got rights, partners. I know my rights. Holler at my lawyer and bring your paperwork. Go get your paperwork. Oh, you need paperwork. You definitely need paperwork.
Yeah, he need paperwork for sure.
Are you telling me to take her? Come take her then. Come take her. No, you come take her then, bad man. I'm not talking. Come take her, bad man.
You know, I'm trying to take her away from me.
You ain't finna take her. You ain't finna take her out this room. Y'all finna get the fuck on. Point blank.
It'd be in your best interest this.
No, it'd be in your best interest. Keep your ass on, brother. Stop trying to send threats over there.
They need to turn R. Kelly off.
When you don't have no probable cause to take my child. Don't know he say, she say. That mean I could call down there right now and say you beating on your kids.
Yup.
Yeah, see how they look? You do beat your kids. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Then that's where you fucking up right there. Then you'll never know how I feel right now. That's why you steady looking up over there. You're a devil just like us. You're a devil. I'm not. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I'm not putting my child down nowhere for y'all to take her your way. That means I'm insisting on y'all to take her. I'm telling y'all not taking her.
I went over there and put my hands over you. Didn't go over me?
Hell no! You're not getting her. You are not allowed to take my child. I'll plead the fifth. I don't want to talk to you no more. I want you to talk to my lawyer. Bro, you up if you talk to my child.
His bad ass done walked over there.
Hey, get him off of
Get
me.
him off of him.
He tripping.
Put your hands up.
Get him off of me.
Don't put your hands on me. I can't.
Oh no.
Don't touch my daughter.
I know. But
Don't touch my daughter.
you removed her. So
Don't touch my daughter.
I'm trying to take your baby.
Bro,
Boy,
Hold the hell up. What? What is you trying to take this baby from the mama for? For what? For what? For what?
Exactly.
See, I'm telling you right now, let me there's some things that, you know, I don't mind going in for. I don't mind going in for it, because you're gonna have to give me some context of what's going on with this baby and why you feel necessary to take your kid from the mama and the daddy. And I don't know what's going on in Illinois, but we need to look harder at y'all too, because I don't know what's going on. What's going on with this system? All right, we're gonna go back. I'm gonna let it play.
get back.
what's up, bro? What's up, bro?
Oh, sorry, Murph. What'd you say?
No, I'm just going to say, just before we do that, we got somebody in the side chat called Survivor Speaks. Are you still right? Yeah, we have, because they're in the side chat. Right, don't please don't flood our channel with. We appreciate people coming over here and stuff, because that's what we're all about. We want as many people as possible, but don't try and flood our channel with people, because we're having real issues at the moment with trolls and stuff like that. So I'm just saying, just, you know, take it easy, and we're not saying anything against you. And I just wanted to make that point. That was all.
I know Miss Gothy goes live on her TikTok, so she might be sending people over too. So, but okay, let's go ahead and finish this.
Funky
He
dog.
ain't finna touch her. Trust me. He ain't finna touch her. Because then it's going to become aggressive assault if he touch her. Then I got the right to defend my...
And whoop his ass.
Watch out, Bree. Because you're leaning too much. Watch out. She all right.
I mean,
Bro,
she's gonna
got my face.
She's gonna come with us either way.
You ain't finna touch her. I'm gonna break your finger if you reach over here and touch my child.
Please
If you touch me, I'm hurting her. I'm
Boy, they tripping.
Please don't
You're
touch.
leaning on her.
Please don't touch.
I'm
Please
gonna
don't touch
speak for a
me.
second because
I don't care. I'm not giving her up.
all I'm
I'm
saying
not
is I don't
giving
want
her
your
up.
daughter laying over on you. is all.
She's not. She's not.
Well, she was.
No, she's not.
Trying to shield you.
She was leaning on my hip, which is right here, which is stopping her. Which is my foot is right here. Look down, Bree. Hold on. She's leaning on my knee, which is my leg right there, which is my baby's back here. Come. Here you go.
Why are we putting your little one in this?
Now, why you? If y'all let this dude come over here and reach, we gonna have a problem. And y'all see what he doing. I don't want him touching me. Do not touch me. Do not touch my child.
I'm
Go
not here
get
to
your
touch you. I'm
paperwork.
here to get
If
your
you
baby.
reach over here, we gonna have a problem.
Listen.
Reach over
Do
here.
my job.
Nah, you ain't doing your job.
He does have
I'ma take your
lawful
baby.
authority.
No,
I have lawful
get your
authority.
He don't got no
license. Get your
damn
paperwork
authority.
in.
He explained.
Get your paperwork.
And
Y'all think y'all
why are you
talk
putting
to
her in
a
this
stupid
situation? Anthony, why are
Man,
you putting
go
her in
get
this
your
situation?
paperwork.
Why are you putting her in this situation?
Bro, get the fuck away from
You
me.
already
Go
know what's
get your
gonna happen.
paperwork.
You
You
already know
think
what's gonna
you
happen.
know what's gonna happen
Why don't you
too?
just pass it over?
Then you know what's gonna happen too.
Pass her over here.
Then I'm not. Then you know what's gonna happen too. Don't touch my child, bro.
He tripping,
Get
bro.
your fucking hands off me.
He
Get
tripping.
your fucking hands off me. You doing assault? I want to press charges. That man just put his hands on me.
Fact.
I want
Boy, this is getting thick. Survivor Speaks, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming over and pulling over people with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got to get this message out. We're gonna continue on this because this is getting wild right now, and they about to make me mad.
to press charges.
You know how it's gonna
That
go?
man
It's
just
gonna-
put his hands
these
on me.
charges are going
I
against
want
you.
to press charges. Then put them against me. Then I'm suing the shit out the department.
Damn thug.
I want to press charges. That man just put his hands on me. I want to press charges. That man just put his hands on me. Just
Y'all see how the police just sitting there? That's crazy to me because if it was me and you who did this to them, his ass or our ass would be in jail just like that. And then they are just sitting there allowing this man to do whatever the hell he want to do, and they don't understand the severity of you trying to take somebody's child from them. It seems like it ain't processing to them. You know what I'm saying? It ain't getting through their mind. You don't understand.
Hey, Mama Cross, how you doing? Yeah, see, and this is one thing about, sometimes when we're dealing with the police. I've shared a story with you guys where, my, child was actually technically kidnapped. You were moved by someone without my permission. You knew where they were, and didn't tell me. And when I said I want to press charges, nothing happened. They just decide they don't want to do it, And even when I called down, I let them know, like, listen, this should not have happened. I want to press charges. So, they're just standing there as if, yeah, this man has put his hands on him. He wants to press charges. Why are you still standing there? As an officer, that's what you're supposed to take reports. Technically, you take reports and you file reports. You don't get to say whether a person can make the report or not make the report. All your job is to take the report. That's basically most of what they can do. But, okay, I'm going.
Understand that this is somebody trying to take somebody else's child from them, and y'all should be able to de-escalate this situation without all of this touching going on. If he's not eligible to take the child from him legally, then leave him the hell alone. And you should really press the issue on that. You know what I'm saying? You do have to have paperwork. You just can't come take somebody's kid. That's like a damn stranger. You coming to get my baby without no type of nothing. Hell nah. Get your funky ass up out of here doing all that weirdo stuff. I just want to say that I'm glad that he didn't snap, because it's very, very hard not to when somebody actually literally trying to take your child out of your hands and you just had the damn baby too. Oh no, bro. Let's get back into it though.
to me.
But is it
Call the
possible
police, baby. That
that
man just assaulted me.
that
Able to talk to.
and get
He
somebody
can talk to
new?
what he want. He can say what he want.
Yes.
Now he ain't allowed to touch me.
He not.
Are he allowed to touch me?
He's here. He's
Is he allowed to touch me? You want me to ask your questions? Ask mine.
You're doing that.
Is he allowed to touch me? Is his job position putting his hands on me? Is it his job prescription to put his hands on me?
Is it possible that he could have just got paperwork to just show that he could be here?
Hello?
Paperwork, he couldn't just bring anything.
Yeah.
It would probably would have gone a lot smoother.
Yeah. John Deere Road Trinity Hospital. I just had a guy come in here try to take my baby out of my hand, and he put his hands on me. I also have 2 officers sitting here watching it happen.
Say DC Fast employee, whereas I'm
So I'm gonna need a sergeant down here, somebody who have a little bit more authority over what's going on to come get this in order. If they talking to these officers, call them back and let them know that these 2 officers involved. I'm suing the whole department because that guy ain't got no right to touch me. I don't give a fuck what job he trying to do.
He supposed to be going to
He
jail.
ain't got the right to put his hands. Assault me. Yes, it is what happened. It's on camera. You ain't. Now you finna lie for him? Bro, get the phone. You just up there now. I don't even want to talk to you no more. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. Get out of my face, bro.
And then he started grabbing him.
Stop walking up on me, too.
I'm not walking.
Yes, you is. Bag up then. Give me my space. You ain't got no reason to be in my space.
Get your
You in my
goddamn
comfort
ass
zone.
back.
Bag up, brother. Bag up, brother.
I'm not.
Bag up, brother.
I'm standing.
Bag up, brother.
Just repeat yourself.
Bag up, brother. Bag up, brother. Bag up off me.
Damn.
Bag up off me, brother. Bag up off me.
Stand right there by the table.
Listen.
Bag up off me, brother. Bag up. Give me my space. Bag up. Give me my
I'm
space.
asking.
I know, and I'm
Give me
trying
my
to be
space.
reasonable, but when he's sitting here making all these demands that are and being unreasonable himself, then
How?
I can't. Because you can't even
Because what?
meet me in the middle. I'm trying to be as decent as I can with you.
On what?
I told you it's not even between me and
If you trying to be decent, then go arrest his ass for assaulting me. What do you
We're
mean?
not finished here yet.
Let me explain to you. You could deal with the daddy if you want to, but you talking to the mama, and I just had this baby, and you just rolled up in here talking about you taking my kid. I don't know what he had to do with it, but you're not about to take my kid. And that's where it's about to get real up in this room, because I don't even know why we still standing here. You doing all of this stuff in front of a newborn baby, causing all this havoc and this whatever. This baby done just came into this world, and you doing all of this in front of this baby. Take that outside. That you need to have this conversation outside my room, because what in the hell is really going on? Like, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And if they don't realize that, then what kind of training do they actually have to go through?
Exactly. Because I'm pressing charges on that in itself. Like, are you serious? You up in this and I'm surprised nobody in the hospital came in here to be like, excuse me, there's other people on the floor. You're disturbing the patients.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Let me go ahead and press play, because you see, I'm starting to get upset.
It's gusting, let's say.
It's ridiculous. It's just yeah.
He still be finished when he touched me.
We're not finished on
He still be finished when he touched me. You ain't him, and another social worker. She could be can't be done. We can talk all day. He just assaulted me.
Besides me,
He just assaulted me, and y'all witnessed that shit.
okay, besides me and my partner, do you know the other officers that we have here? Right.
You don't know
what's
about
going
your
on.
officers.
Exactly.
I ain't
You don't
said
know
about
what's
your
going on.
officers. I said another social worker.
doesn't
That
have to
social
be-
worker just assaulted me, and y'all witnessed
It
it.
doesn't have to be.
That social worker almost made me just drop my baby. I don't. He trying to put some baby in care when he almost just hurt the baby himself. That's a domestic. That's assault. That's assault. Dog, he just snatched my hands from under my
Okay.
baby.
We're just going.
So they slick trying to take up for him right then and there, trying to say he wasn't trying to do this, he wasn't trying to do that. If you know that this is a compromising position to be in right now with this baby, why wouldn't you wait? Why wouldn't you wait till the situation calms down? You feel me? But you're escalating the situation by coming over there provoking him, knowing damn well he's not going to give you his baby. He's letting you know from the beginning to leave me the hell alone, and to be a social worker and things like that, and to continue to move the way that he's moving. It's just not right with me. You feel me? I don't understand that shit, man. It's just so weird that people think that they can do whatever the hell they want to do. He's really power tripping. He's mad he can't get his way. He probably used to getting his way, and then somebody actually standing up for themselves and know their rights, he don't like that, so he want to take matters into his own hands. I feel like he should have been suspended, fired, or sent to jail for doing that. commit really all of those things right there, except for suspended and fired at the same time. They don't go. But y'all know what I'm saying when I say what I say. He's out of line. He don't need to be in this profession if he can't control himself. Let's get back into this whole situation.
He just snatched my hand from under my baby, almost causing my baby to fall on her head. That's assault.
Where are they trying to put the baby?
It's not going anywhere. There's another room in
It's
NICU
not.
room for premature and younger
So
babies,
who's
right?
all going to be in
We
there?
are.
Nursing staff. That's it.
We
We
are.
have a secured room so they can control who comes in and goes
I
out.
don't know where she at.
Yeah, she went in the bathroom.
Now I'm finna get on dumb. It's like your man's over here getting on dumb
So
shit.
we're gonna leave it like 3 seconds. If I can just explain this to you, we're gonna walk out the door and y'all gonna keep the kid. Fair?
I know.
So can you give me 2 seconds?
Trust me, I know.
So
You can
Told
explain
y'all.
what you want, but I know my rights.
Speak
I don't know, baby.
So
You do not have to let your kids go. It stopped on its own. Yeah, they said something about that he can keep the baby. We all know that. Don't ever give your kids up without the proper
So,
paperwork.
So basically, the situation is we were sitting in here enjoying our family time. 2 cops and the CPS worker and a sergeant standing outside the door. The CPS worker and the cop walked into the room. The CPS worker first words to us was, I'm here for the child to replace the child and remove the child out of y'all custody due to the fact that you and Anthony and Shiloh's domestic past history. We never had a domestic, we don't even have a domestic case. Now my girl on the other hand, she does have a case open with them and she have a past domestic from 3 to 4 years ago. This case should have been closed a long time ago. I don't. I have my baby in my arms.
I was about
My
to say
baby
that.
was in my custody.
Yeah.
So they could have asked me to get up and leave the room. The guy threatened to snatch the baby out of my hand, and he tried to proceed with that action. The guy walked up on me, grabbed a hold of my arm, snatched my arm from under me, almost causing my baby to fall on the ground. I had to protect me and my child, so I pushed the guy back with my foot. I didn't kick him, I pushed him back because I was holding my baby. That was my only defense. As I pushed him back and he grabbed my wrist, he twisted my wrist before I was able to push him back with my feet. Now during this time, the police intervened by pulling him out the room. So I said I wanted to press charges. The police response to me was, you're going to catch the charge, not him. But you're letting the CPS worker, who's an Illinois CPS worker, social worker, put his hands on me, which they are not allowed to touch you. Period. So I'm sitting here with my beautiful child and my beautiful wife, to be, making this video for the world to see.
Congratulations.
If y'all can, share this video, pass it along. I have way more details, but I really don't want to, it'll take too long for this video. I really don't have time right now because I'm really trying to get out here right now and get to this station and file complaints. I even called yesterday and the sergeant told me that it was my fault because I had my child in my hands. So he refused to prolong with the charges. He refused to go along with the charges. He refused to press charges, file my charges that I was trying. He refused to take my complaint.
That's crazy.
I don't remember that sergeant's name.
I might be tripping, but I don't remember when just because you have a case, they just can come and take the new one. Now, I thought that if the child was born addicted to some type of substance, that possibly they can be removed because that's already considered abuse and neglect because that means that you were taking the substance while you were pregnant. But just because you have something open for them to just come and take the newborn because there's another open case, and doesn't have to be with substances in the child's system. I've never heard of anything like that, but I could be wrong because I don't really
Me neither.
have a whole lot. Huh?
Me neither. And you know,
Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Now, a child addicted to substances, I have heard of that. And they removing them right when they're born. But if they're not addicted to any substances, just because you had a case before, that doesn't mean they're doing anything to this child right here. Like that's something before that they have to. So I don't understand how that's working. I don't know how Illinois does their stuff because I think that's where they are. But it sounds wild to me, honey.
But that was Molene's police department. I'll post the video of the other 2 cops bashing name number later. But what I'm looking for out there from y'all, man, is some help. They trying to destroy my family. This lady named Karen Moore, who worked for Rock Island for the Children's Service, Child Protective Services. Her name is Karen Moore. Karen came over to the house one day, make a long story short, sat down on the couch. Before me and my girl was even together, we wasn't even a couple. Sat down on the couch and demanded that I was going to do everything she say. You was going to give me your social security number. You was going to obey me. Those was her words, obey me, as I'm her dog. No, lady, I'm not your dog, and you could get out this house. You can leave now.
Get your funk ass on.
Karen got up out the house. From farther along, prolong that, to make a long story short, Karen went inside the courtroom, lied and said, I was living with my girl. We was together. We was a couple. We been together. I had a valid traffic ticket. Nobody ever heard of a valid traffic ticket. Then, when that didn't work for her, and I proved that I didn't have no warrants, she said I had a valid traffic ticket I had a warrant for a valid traffic ticket. Excuse me. So we proved that wrong. So she took it as far as calling the people and saying that we was beating on our kids.
That's crazy.
That came back inconclusive.
Inconclusive.
Basically, they didn't find nothing because it wasn't true.
Yeah, we got you.
See, a lie can't go that far. The truth can. And I need y'all to pass this truth along. Let's take it all the way there. So from there, she sat on that couch and she told me she gonna do everything in her power to make sure my girl's 2 oldest kids get took from her and get sent down to another state. And she went in that courtroom, told plenty of lies, and had that done. She made that happen. And from there, she been having a vendetta out on me. So as soon as we had our baby wasn't even 24 hours old. They walked in here with an unsigned document. Where that paper at, baby? Here? Huh?
They some damn thugs coming in there trying to take somebody's
Walked
baby.
in with an unsigned document. There's 2 of them, right? Okay. Walked in with an unsigned document, no court order from no judge trying to remove my child from my arms. No sign, no document. And here's what the note say.
I can't read that shit. It's too. It ain't clear enough.
Now,
but that's what we were just talking about a while ago. I told y'all we're going to talk about it during the video. You got to have something from a judge to get your child taken from you. Now, some circumstances that it can be, expedited without the judge, but it's very, 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 very rare. You need something, you know what I'm saying, in writing from a judge for something to happen. And a lot of people have been through CPS problems because they didn't know their rights. They don't know. Their lack of knowledge really, really cost them their child and a lot of more turmoil in their lives. So make sure that you understand that and know that. Be doing what you need to do anyway on top of everything else, which I know a lot of y'all do. I'm just speaking in general because people make false accusations all the time and you don't want to fall victim of not knowing what the hell you can do in these situations. You don't have to talk. You don't have to do nothing if you don't want to do it. They need paperwork and certain things to move forward. Let's get back into it.
Talking to some of the nurses, and I'm not going to say no names because I don't want to get nobody in trouble because they some good people. But some of the nurses up in here even said that they did not file no charges like that. There's nothing on my baby chart saying that the child should be removed from the room. So the guy basically came up in here illegally with no paperwork signed by the judge, trying to remove my beautiful girl from me, putting my child's life in danger. Now, these the same people who's supposed to protect the child. That's the same guy who walked over and put my child in danger. This is my beautiful baby and my beautiful wife-to-be. And the thing is, we happy. I built my girl up. I pushed her to become great. I don't let her fail. You feel me? I need y'all help out there. It's hard to fight these people because they can say what they want and do what they want. Now, we know these people finna come back up in here today, and I'm going to try and keep my cool today. I might just have to just let it go ahead and go through and fight them through the legal justice system the right way. But don't no man want their child or their wife hurting, going through this because they out here to kidnap your kids.
Facts.
We need y'all to pass this along. Help me out. Point me in the right direction. I'm not the one to go fighting through the legal system. But I changed. I'm not him. I want my family. My family keep me here. I live for them, not me. So please help us stay together. The complaint went through, or had no proof on it.
Don't take it off my channel. Go somewhere else and find it if you can.
I'm telling you, I'm taking the complaint. I'm going to give you my name and number, and I will look into it. First off, Anthony.
All right, I'm going to take your word for it then, Rob. All right, so here's the situation.
Just a second, Anthony, in case we get disconnected.
So it's
What's your phone number? Good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what's going on, Anthony.
All right, brother. Okay, on the 10th, wasn't the 10th is born? On the 10th of this month, my daughter was born at the hospital. I guess one of your workers by the name Martin Lopez into my room with two police officers. Martin Lopez. Into the room with two police officers. I have video camera on it. I was holding my child. Me and him was going back and forth inside inside the room. As we going back and forth, he was trying to get me to put my child down. I refused to put my child down. Martin decided to walk past two police officers and walk up to me and walk in between my legs into my comfort zone and try to snatch my child out of my hand by putting his hands on me, grabbing my wrist and twisting it. My daughter almost fell out my hands.
So this man came up in here and tried to snatch his child. This is a newborn baby. This is a baby that can't hold their head, can't do anything. You trying to snatch the child out of his hand? Like, what are we doing? Because I know they didn't train y'all to do that. I know that.
What's
if
one
nothing else, they didn't train y'all to do that.
Right. So, and Steph, more than anybody, what is one of the things that they say is most important for these days for a child? Is it not skin to skin contact?
Right. Like, what are they doing? Like this. See, let me tell you,
And
everybody thought I was crazy.
They've turned up with an apparent warrant, which isn't even signed by a judge.
Oh yeah, so you get out of here with that. But let me tell you, when I had mine, I told their dad, I said, let me explain something to you. Don't you let that kid out your sight. Matter of fact, I don't even want them leaving my room. They were with me all the time. Do not let that, but as soon as I had them, I said, when my youngest, do not let her out of your sight. Do not let them take her anywhere where you can't be in there with her. I didn't trust none of that. And this was 20 years ago, honey. So, these people.
Yep.
This guy was able to just walk out the room, and then he ended up returning the next day after I made a complaint and said I want to file charges on him through the officer who threatened to lock me up. I don't find that being very professional for one of your CPS workers who is not allowed to touch civilians, who is not allowed to put his hands on civilians, put his hands on me and almost injure my child. My newborn child, who's not even 24 hours.
At any point, Anthony, did you touch him or do anything to him?
No, I was sitting down. The guy walked all the way across the room to me. I was sitting down on the ground. If this your phone number or you have a phone number, I can send you video.
Okay, I've seen the video. I've seen the video that was posted on YouTube. So I know that you did push him with your foot.
Because he walked up on me.
Why would you ask that?
Comfort zone. He approached me after he touched me. Did I push him with my foot before or after he touched me?
That don't matter. Your employee got out of bounds and came over there doing that weirdo stuff. That what led up to him. I said that's what led up to him doing what he did. You need to be talking about what he did to him first to initiate the whole situation. He playing these mental gymnastic games and that shit's so weird to me. You know what he...
Oh wait, I was muted. Right. And the point is, the CPS worker is the professional. That man ain't the professional. He don't have to behave professionally. The CPS worker has to behave professionally.
Exactly.
So it's different.
Exactly. 100%. And I can tell you that from a professional standpoint, and so can Steph, because we both work with, we have what's called tech done on our backgrounds, in which enables us to work with people. And as do many people in the side chat as well, but you can't place your hands on somebody. You can't place your hands on somebody. It's just not something that you can do, and that is within most countries in the world. I'm not saying all countries, but most countries in the world.
Let me address Plotter and Murph, the group who asked to join. I think are a little upset. Could we maybe clear that up, my dude? Think they're still in the chat. Okay, so what happened real quick? I'm sorry, I was trying to do this reaction for Tahir. That's why I'm not spending a whole lot.
I kind of addressed that earlier on, and I do apologize. I apologize. It's we've got a family of channels at the moment, and
okay,
and we've been flooded by lots of people all coming in at one time who happen to be have turned out to be, should I say, trolls and stuff like that. I wasn't accusing anybody of being a troll or anything like that. We want people to come over here. I'm sorry if I made a statement and you took it the wrong way. What I was saying is, come one by one. That's what I should have said, not like all let's flood over, because then it looks like, for instance.
I mean, well, according to what Tahir just told me, YouTube pinned it and everybody just came over. So welcome, guys. We appreciate you coming over here.
We appreciate everybody.
Like I said before, we're all here about helping the kids and helping people. And if that's what you're here for, welcome, welcome, welcome. I apologize if anybody was, if it was a misunderstanding or anybody was offended, but we definitely want you guys here. We definitely want you guys to join us, be a part of the chat. Chat it up on the side. We're just doing a reaction right now to this video. So when I'm done with this, I'm going to do an outro, but I'm not going to go anywhere. And so that was all that was going on. I wasn't able to participate in the chat because I was in the in this reaction. But Tahir, you can cut this part out, right? Tahir is the greatest. But yes, welcome everybody. Please come in. Please invite whoever in. If they're on this, like we need the warriors in here. Everybody that's standing up for what's right and part of the solution. Come on in, come on in. I know Miss Gothi shares on her TikTok and she goes live and tries to get people to come in. So yes, just come in. Mods, you're here. You know what you're looking for. You know what you're not. So we're gonna let the mods do their job, and everybody else that wants to join us, please, you're very welcome. Come on in. Whether it's at the Music Recording Network Live or whether you're at I'm Just Saying VB, we're streaming from 2 platforms today. So it's the same exact thing. I can see chats on both sides. So if you're in either one of the chats, they're coming straight to me from both of the chats. So I don't know which chat you guys are in, but it's always coming to one. And I just want to make sure everybody feels welcome. So guys, just scooch over a little bit more. Give everybody some room to come in, and you guys are very welcome to come in and stay with us. And so Tahir, we'll just cut this part out, but
Can I just throw in there stuff as well? Right. So I've had a lot of S over quite a short space of time. So I'm really protective over what's happening on channels and stuff like that. Just from being mod, especially protective of this channel. Pardon me.
Don't mind Murph. He's just, his bark is bigger than his bite. He loves everybody.
I'm like a Rottweiler. I'm like a docile Rottweiler.
So yes, just like the other Steph, or the Stephanie, I call her. The Stephanie says, it was a misunderstanding, water under the bridge. Everyone welcome. Everyone that's in the side chat, you guys know what I'm doing. So please make sure you make everyone that's new over here welcome in the chat while we're trying to finish up this reaction video. And then when we're done with the reaction video, we'll come back in and engage with you guys a lot more. So welcome. I apologize for anything that was a misunderstanding by anyone. We love everybody. We want to help find these kids. We want to protect families. We want to protect victims. We want to make sure that we are part of the solution and making this place and this world a better place. And it takes a all of us. So that's what we're here for. So if you're here for that, you're in the right place. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this and, you know, so we can get through it.
He did hold him accountable. That way everything can move smoothly. Y'all already know people not finna just give their kids a willingly like that. And then to come into someone's space when they just had the baby a few hours ago, it's crazy to me for you to think that somebody finna just let you touch their baby. And some people get off on doing what they not supposed to do too. You feel what I'm saying? Let's get back into it though.
So that's called self-defense.
He gaslight, he know.
You said that you didn't touch him at all. So, okay. And like I say, I've seen the video because I've seen it on YouTube. So, and like I say, I've passed that video and the situation up the chain of command from here to my, because I'm Martin's direct supervisor and I'm
Exactly.
my supervisor. And then, so yeah, so that's why I'm getting your number, and I'm going to get back to you and let you know if there's something formal you can do about all this, okay? And I'll let you know.
I'm pretty sure it's something formal I could do because the guys don't have the right to touch me.
That's what I'm going to
So
look at.
I was just
What
trying to
can
make
y'all
that
do?
complaint. I'm still taking further actions. I'm going down file charges and everything. I know what I was doing. But my question is to you, as his supervisor, you saying it's okay for him to walk across the room, put my child in danger, and it's not okay for me to put my foot on him and push him back to save my child?
Did I say that?
That's what I'm asking.
Answer
you.
the question.
That's what I'm asking you.
Right.
That's what I'm asking you.
And I'm not gonna be.
If you say you saw the video, you have the facts.
Okay. Well,
So-
like I say, it's been passed up the chain. So then if somebody is gonna do
They
something,
full of shit,
I'll
man.
find out if there's something more that you can do to.
All right. So since you know,
And I'll get back to you, Anthony.
so since you know that we had this confrontation, why is this guy still contacting us?
What do you mean? Because he's got the investigation. He's got a job to do.
Okay then, but this investigation is going through you see what's going on, you saw the video, so you think it's okay so for this guy to keep coming around? That's antagonizing.
That's harassment at this point.
We don't want to associate with this
It's
guy. We
somebody
just
else.
had a
Allegedly.
conflict with this guy. This guy just assaulted me. Why do you think it's okay for him to continue to contact us?
From here,
Right. No,
as
that's
far
not
as it
okay.
goes from here forward, shouldn't have to contact you anymore unless you have court hearing coming up. So that will be the only time that you have any more contact with him.
He should not contact me at all. I'm telling you as his supervisor, we do not want any contact from him, period. So that
Right. Send me a letter. You ain't got to contact me. Send me a letter.
so send that to the next person.
Contact goes through me, Anthony. I'm telling you, I'll have the contact go through me as his direct supervisor, okay? And I've got your number at 309-781-12.
And this is my complaint.
Okay. I got it that I talked to you today, and
you saw the video, right?
yeah,
And you're okay with your workers putting their hands on civilians.
I am not saying that.
So why is this guy still working there?
I'm telling you, you're taking your, and I will look into it, and I told you I will get back with you.
It doesn't seem like anything that's been taken care of because he's still contacting us. Obviously, you know that's illegal for one of your workers to even touch a civilian. How is he still clocking in?
I'm not going to get into that.
You got to get into it. You was his supervisor. This is my complaint.
And he's not getting into it because he knows that if he says that yes, they're not supposed to touch you, and it shows that they're touching you, then that's the lawsuit right there. He knows. That's why he's not saying anything.
You're making your complaint.
So instead of, no, you didn't take my complaint. You didn't take my complaint. You questioned my complaint.
No, I'm taking in your complaint. I'm hearing what you're saying. You're saying.
All right. That's all right. Just to let you know, sir, I was recording this conversation. I'm going to let my lawyer handle it from here. I appreciate you.
You're going to record. So you didn't tell me you're recording.
He don't
I
like
just told
that.
you I'm recording.
You have to.
Have a great day,
Not
sir.
at the beginning of the conversation.
Have a great day. I want y'all name and badge numbers, too. I need y'all name and badge numbers. What's your name and your badge number, sir?
Schultz 2145.
Schultz 2145. What's your name and your badge number, sir?
Schultz.
Feehan 2136.
Feehan 2136. Okay, then. I'll be filing charges against y'all, too. For letting that happen. I want to press charges against that guy. I want to press charges against that guy for putting his hands on me.
I hear you.
That's assault. And y'all know that. It don't matter where he at. I'm telling you, you just witnessed this shit. Y'all just witnessed him put his hands on me. He don't have, go check it. He don't have no authority to come snatch my hand, my baby out my
I
hand.
just have a question.
You were asking if
Why?
It don't matter what you told me. So you telling me he got the right to put his hands on me?
And two, you were asking.
He don't have that right.
And then why would you
No,
guys
he
let
don't,
him
bro.
walk over?
Y'all know he don't have that authority
Why
to
would
put
you
his
let
hands on
him
nobody.
walk over?
Because he has lawful authority.
No, he don't. Y'all just heard him say what he got going on
But
between him and
So
Shiloh.
he's
Not
here.
me.
He
She's
can't
in.
physically take possession.
So what? That don't mean he get to take my child out
So
my
he
hand.
is.
So if I got up and I put my hands on y'all, I go to jail.
Credentials when he walked in.
But
so
wouldn't
you
that
guys know
put-
who he is.
Do I get up and put my hands on you?
dangerous situation?
Do I go to jail?
Come take-
So it's not the same. What make you better than me?
Refusing it, so the charge-
What make
By law, that when we requested from you guys that y'all had to give it to us. That's fine.
Imagine being a parent down the hall with your newborn baby. I would lose my ever loving. I'm telling you, what the is going on down there? Because I don't send me no bill for this hospital, because I ain't coming here to be hearing all of this. I'd have lost it all. I'm telling you, I'd have lost it all.
Alright, I like my case number. We at the DCFS office requesting our paperwork, and they refusing to give us our paperwork. Malaysia.
You want to turn it down? It'll be easier to look under. One second. Hold on. That's okay. 1 second.
Sue Wednesday.
So you get all of them. Where is your office? I may head there next.
Downtown Raccoon. Yeah. 12/9/24.
12/9/24. You ain't recording that yet. Push information.
It's this one right here. And here's the
Okay. And then I also would like mine too. Here's my ID. And then give me 1 second.
Is it the same? Different kid? Name? Because they'd be the same.
We have a kid together, but I also have other kids too.
That's probably why you couldn't find my name, because I don't have a case with you guys.
Okay. Yeah.
Y'all
it's
building the
under
case against me.
child.
Y'all building the case against me. That what y'all do best? Y'all build cases against people who don't have cases?
I just came to the phone. Stop.
You like working for a place that like taking kids?
No.
Why you clock in then?
Here's that.
Boy, let me tell you.
You like being a security guard here too?
I've been a security guard for a long time, so.
Yeah? Yeah. I don't blame you. You gotta get that money, right? Bills to be paid. I don't know. Ain't enough bills in the world, enough money in the world for me to do it. I can't sleep at night.
Now we see why people talk about CPS needs to go. This is exactly why they say CPS needs to go.
Bad parents in this motherfucker.
Because if this is what's going on, yeah, we need to start from scratch because something not working, honey. If this is what's going on, something is not working.
We just went picked up. We on the yacht.
Man.
When did this building become private?
I don't know.
It's a public building, right? Public service?
DHS isn't in this building anymore. It's been gone for over a year.
Y'all still operating out here?
This is DCFS.
Right, it's a public building, right? Are they public workers? They public service, right? Don't put her on camera, she good people.
Don't put her on camera, she good people.
She just happened to work for a fucked up place.
I'm glad he said it. I'm glad he said it. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that the Child Protective Services needs an overhaul. I think it's safe to say that if only 30% are being helped and 70% are just being ripped out of their homes, we need to figure out how to continue to help these 30% without these 70% being ripped out for no reason or whatever vendetta they got or whatever they got going on, allegedly. But, you know, yeah, because it's not even 50-50. So you're not even helping as many as you're supposed to be helping. You messing up more than you helping. That can't be okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's the end of that video, man. I'm gonna go try to find more information and footage over this whole situation. I'm gonna try to find his name and stuff like that. But overall, I just feel like that he don't need to be going through what he's going through. They need some help over there in that situation, and they need lawyer fees and stuff like that to be paid. I'm pretty sure, because this is gonna be a whole long hill battle. Because you better believe that they finna be mad as hell and trying to fight as much as they can to try to get these kids from them because they got exposed, and everybody gonna be on their side in this situation right here, which I definitely do understand. And he had a valid point earlier when he said that she has a case probably. I'm saying probably because I don't know, but he said that she did, and he doesn't. So The child didn't have to go no goddamn where if he didn't have anything that was going on with him. They do want to come in there and do whatever the hell he wanted to do, and they want to allow it, and I really do respect that. But hey, let me know your thoughts and opinions on this whole situation. Y'all like, comment, subscribe if you like the commentary, if you like the video and things like that. Other than that, I will holler at y'all later. I'm gonna try to find more information on this. I might add more video footage to this. I don't know, but overall, I done say what I had to say, and hopefully we can get them some justice and some help. So yeah, I'll holler at y'all later. All right.
Man, that is crazy. So you guys let me know what you think in the comments. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Y'all take it light, take it slow. Tell them Uncle Mike and I'm just saying VB told you so. Bye guys. All right, nobody go anywhere. Stay right here. That was just the ending for the reaction. Yeah, that was nuts. Like what? That was crazy. Like what's going on? And we lost Murph. Murph, what happened? Where are you? Murph's been fighting his computer all day. No, I'm talking about. Yeah, this is and this is why people are saying that CPS needs to go. They need to be shut down because we're seeing case after case after case after case, and we're meeting all these people that are saying, that this is no good. It's not, the system is not working the way it was designed to work. You're not helping, you're hurting families. Who wants a little about to say Helena, I'm sorry. I tried to say earlier that we're just doing a reaction. I was just trying to get through the reaction so that we could get back. So anytime you hear me or Mike say that, because usually it's Mike that says it, we're not going anywhere. We're staying right here. So it's just so that Tahir can cut the video later. Because remember, if you're part of the Quad Squad, that means you're on all 4 channels. So Mike has 3 and I have 1. That's the Quad Squad. So they have the Music Recording Network and Mr. Network. Those are not live channels. Those are channels where we just drop videos. And so when we do that here, Tahir can cut it and he can drop it on the other channels so it can go out to other people. So yeah, don't go anywhere until you see me actually in the stream. So yeah. Oh, here comes Tahir. He's back. Up, and look who's in the chat. Mike is in the chat. Hey Mike, what's going on?
Hey Mike, my bro, how's things? Are you going to pop on? I've got breaking news, people. If you want breaking news, it's got nothing to do with what we've been talking about. I had to pop off because I just got a phone call from somebody who shall remain anonymous. But do you want the breaking news stuff?
Yes, go ahead. Give it. I'm sitting here. You see me looking like you're gonna.
Right. So did it allegedly? Let's say, but I know that it's not allegedly. Diddy is now suing somebody. Suing 2 people, in fact.
Oh, okay.
And who do you think those people are?
Is it his friend? Is it his friend, the other Sean?
No. It's
no?
One of the people is Mike's favorite person, and one of the other people is the person that represents Mike's favorite person.
Really? Oh, that's interesting. Your favorite person?
No, it's not. No, it's not Jag. It's not Jag. When I say favorite person, I'm being sarcastic.
He's being facetious. Yes, he's being facetious.
Yeah.
So that means he's not. He's being sarcastic. It's not Mike's favorite person. Probably.
And this was literally dropped 15 minutes ago, and I just got a phone call about it. It was dropped by TMZ.
Ding.
It was dropped by TMZ 15 minutes ago.
Wow. Well, I guess we'll see what happens with that. Mike, what are you doing? Let me explain something to you before we drop this link, Mike. When you leave, do not end the stream, Mike. Okay? We're not letting you up here if you troll us. Because you trolled us yesterday, ended our stream, and then we had to start from scratch again. You understand?
Mike just thinks that he can just end everything, and it's just all good.
You don't end the stream. Just close it. That's it. Don't end the stream.
Just press leave. Just press leave studio. That's all you've got to
Right.
do. Leave studio. That's all you've got to do.
Like, do not in the stream, Mike. I'm gonna drop the link to here. Can you please drop the link for Mike? Because if I drop the link, it might not work. But you better come up here and behave, Mike. Don't come up in here and don't behave. You behave yourself up here. Like, you done ended it.
How
And for
funny is that? How funny is that though? That Courtney Burgess and Ariel, if that's how you pronounce her name, is getting sued by Diddy.
Yes, it is crazy. Let me say this before Mike gets in here and throws us all off a whack. Thank you, Helena. If Mike trolls us again like he did last night and ends the stream, I will restart a new stream. Okay, I will restart a new stream if he trolls us again. But Mike said he's going to come up here and he's going to be a good Mike.
I'm bugging
here he
here, something, girl.
Here he is. There he is. Hey, Mike.
I thought scared the hell out of me. Thought it was a bug in the.
Mike, did you hear what I just said about the breaking news?
Nah, first of all, let me get this thing straight. First of all, I was gonna say I ain't coming on this daggone thing until y'all show me how to cut it off. Oh, if I hit end, that ends the whole
Do
thing.
not touch end. Yes, do not touch end. Do not touch end. Don't you touch it.
Don't you touch it.
Don't you touch it. We not playing with you.
You send the link, right? We just laying here looking at TV. All of a sudden, I clicked on the link and the thing would come on. She's what the hell going on? I said, what the girl? I thought it was a bug or something in the bed. She said, I didn't know you was going live. I don't want them to see me. Well, come on upstairs somewhere. Go upstairs. So she got to go upstairs.
You gonna be upstairs with her the second you end this link. You trolling us. Yes, I said Mike is a troll. He is a real live troll.
Wait a second. I'm getting another call, so I'm going to drop out, but I'll come back in a sec.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
2 secs.
And you know, today, Mike, we're streaming from my channel and your channel at the same time.
Oh, okay, cool. Is that good or bad?
That's good because we have the same content on double the stream. So, and we had a flood of people that came in via, who was it, to hear Survivor Speaks. They came from another channel. They came in here and brought a bunch of their followers and subscribers with them, and we went up in the hundreds somewhere. Hey, Mina. Yeah, so we are doing very well. How you doing?
She not doing good. She going upstairs, scared the hell out of me. I thought we was great, girl. What? She done jumped on the floor and everything.
I knew. I said Mike gonna pop in here. I said, but if Mike pop in here and in the stream, we gonna get him. We gonna get him because he been trolling us.
I forgot, man. I keep forgetting because the time is so different.
Yeah.
I finally got up and I did a reaction. Me and Linda going to work on something, and I'm gonna ask Linda if she can pick somebody to help us work on it, and then we're gonna bring it. And we're gonna bring it to the table. We ain't bringing no stickers. We're gonna bring something else.
Okay.
But hey, everybody, guess what, y'all? Y'all ain't gonna believe this. In the Philippines, he's a blogger. He's a blogger like that. We walking around the mall with the camera and stuff, right? It's he's a blogger. Hey, I'm a blogger. So people, what's the YouTube channel? I don't have no cards, no information with it to give out. So we learning. Yeah, we learning. I got some stuff with the Music Recording Network on it, but I kept saying to myself, first of all, I don't have nothing with me. Honey, you think we can go to a print or something? Well, we about to leave this area anyway, but it's fun. Yeah, we're gonna put together a game that everybody can play, and winners. I want a lot of different winners. Like if somebody's looking, I think a lot of people need help.
Mm-hmm.
I think a whole lot of people need help. Help.
Mm-hmm.
Why me?
I think a lot of people need.
Yes. Yes.
A lot of people.
No, I'm not like that.
She's so shy. She jumped up. I said, honey, don't be so. Don't. She said,
I
no.
forget my eyeglasses. Wait.
Oh, she's going to get her glasses now.
Okay.
She
I can see beautiful steps.
She is so shy. I don't understand how people. Why be so shy? Don't nobody care about you. Go sit down somewhere. Go upstairs. Poor thing. We are. But
Well,
anyway,
we are glad to see you, Mike. We're glad to see you. You know.
yeah, I'm so happy to see CC in the house. I'm hungry. I have not been eating.
No, why not?
I don't know. Well, no, I've been eating. I've been eating more than her. I haven't been sleeping. I haven't slept yet.
No? You haven't caught up with the
No.
time? Are you still on our time or are you going on their time?
I don't know. I don't know what time I'm on because I ain't been going to sleep. I sleep for about maybe 30 minutes or 20-minute nap.
Yeah.
Then I'm looking at TV. I just did a reaction. I said, well, I'm going to do this reaction. It's only 24 minutes. Somebody been knocked out. She been sleeping on both our times.
Yeah.
I said, honey, you going to sleep? Yeah, I go to the mall. Went to the mall by myself. She sleep.
Okay.
I come back. She sleep. I leave. She sleep. But she went shopping and she bought something. She wanted some perfume. I bought some cologne, a little bit of cologne, a little bit of perfume. We didn't buy what we wanted, but she goes, oh no, this is so expensive. I said, honey, when you shop, you gotta stop looking at the prices.
I'm always looking to it.
She always
Said
looking
like
at the
true
prices.
American. Said like a true American. Don't look at the prices. Just go for it.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, it's I gotta look at the prices. Hey Linda. I love perfume. Yep. So I bought some cologne. I kept telling people to get me some cologne. Like a man or something would have on a cologne that I really like. And I'd be like, oh, I like that, man. Give me here. How much is it? I give you the money, you get it for me. No, still haven't got the cologne yet. 3 people haven't gotten the cologne. So I got what she liked. So she got cologne. I got the cologne. I think when she said, I think the breakfast started at 8:00 in the morning. Oh, what time is it there? Because that is an hour.
It's 6:56 here, p.m.
Yeah, so it's getting ready to be 7. So you almost 2 hours. Y'all started at 5.
Yes, we started at 5. I follow the boss's instructions. We're doing everything that you asked us to do. No wild parties or nothing.
I was great. So who the boss? Honey, you told them what to do? The boss. She said, look, I'm sitting there. I did this video, right? And I messed the video up because I set it up in the hotel. So I'm shooting the video. And I forgot to plug the camera back up. So I done shot the whole video with no camera. I said, dang, on it. I said, I'm going to use this because I like what I was saying, but it's no video. But the audio was recorded. So
Linda said, how's the weather out there?
Oh, it's nice. It is nice. I got on flip-flops, shorts, t-shirt. I had to take my hat off. Was sweating a little teeny bit. It's cold. It was real cold when we left Washington D.C.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, it's
I
snowing in
don't like.
Florida. It's snowing in Florida.
Right now.
It's snowing
Yeah.
North Florida. They got snow. We did something this morning about that. Yeah, crazy, right?
Right. So I'm trying to like next year when it get cold in the United States, I want to be in the Philippines.
Yeah, that's how
So
people do it. That's how
we
people
trying to
do
do
it.
dual citizenship. So what I'm gonna do is,
Yeah.
honey, I think even next month I'm gonna do a visa for 3 or 4 months. Stay here for 3 or 4 months, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's
anyway,
what's up.
she yeah, I'm getting spoiled now. What's I going to say? We got one more month, man. We got one more month.
Power bump is not working.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Mama Cross is in the chat.
And you keep buying that cheap. You keep buying that cheap stuff.
Mike,
Hey,
Mama Cross
Mike.
in the chat. Your mama here.
Yeah,
I'm doing
Mama's
here.
here. Mama's here.
What she say?
I'm
Hi,
doing
Mike.
fine.
I'm doing fine. Go upstairs somewhere. You go upstairs. Mama Cross is in the chat. She said hi. Hey, mother. Hi,
Hey, Mina.
mommy.
Hey, Mina. Sorry, I've just come back in. So, hello.
Auntie had a show in Atlanta, Mike. That's what your mom saying.
Auntie had a show in Atlanta. Aunt Eunice? Auntie who? Which aunt? Kim and Daryl and Lisa, yeah. Kim and Daryl and Shining Star in the house tonight. He's a shining star. She's, oh, you a YouTuber. I got pictures. I'm gonna put the video together and stuff. I wish I
Oh,
could
that's
show
gonna
y'all
be
pictures
awesome.
now. Yeah, they're on my cell
Yeah,
phone.
they
And
probably
one
see a
guy,
lot of YouTubers look like you.
nah. They see the YouTubers. They tell because the camera setup is so big looking. Okay, what she say? What
Okay.
she say?
Your mom
I
said
can't
no.
see.
I'm already man. See,
She said
Eunice.
Aunt Eunice Snow.
Yeah, Eunice. That's okay.
Oh, Eunice.
Um,
I said Eunice. Eunice.
yeah, Eunice. Yeah. Hit that. What did it say? Hit that like.
Yes, that's what Cha Diggy said. Hit that like.
Shot diggy. A shot diggy shot diggy. A shot diggy shot diggy. I played the
They say
bass
hit that.
guitar in the the music store. I videoed it a little bit, but this lady, the lady, what you call it, the salt lady, and I shouldn't have went over there, but I went on over there, bought this salt stuff. I bought one for me and one for Mina. You put it on, you wash your hands with it and rub it all on your skin, and it's like a heavy salt.
Mm-hmm.
But when you finish, your hands and your skin is so smooth. All it's doing is taking off the first layer of skin. And they did your eyes, and the little girl putting the thing on her eyes. And they say, look, they did one eye, right? Because this stuff is expensive. So they did
Right.
one eye. They said, well, we're going to let him look. You see which eye is better? I said, man, I can't see that shit. I can't see what eye is better. I said, you need to do one of my eyes so I can see better. So she did one of my eyes. So maybe,
Oh
honey,
boy.
you did both of your eyes. It look better still, or it look the same? It look better.
yeah,
We got to do it again.
we can do it again.
Yeah, we got to do it.
Bedtime.
Okay, before bedtime. Shoot, ain't no bedtime with me. I ain't been sleeping, y'all. Shining star.
And not eating it either. No fruit. No.
No, I'm eating, but
It's called jet lag, Mike. It's called jet lag.
Yeah, y'all call it jet lag. I knew it was gonna be like this because yeah. Anyway, it's um I'm here to break a habit. You can guess what that is. But you were talking about Courtney and Courtney getting sued. He need to get sued.
So breaking news. So Courtney, your favorite person, your best mate in the whole entire world, and his lawyer Ariel have been sued for $50 million.
Did you see what is it, crime, what a show in crime or something? That's the reaction I just did. If Tahir release it, I just did the reaction in the hotel room. You ain't gonna believe this. That's the one with the video messed up, but the audio was good, so I didn't want to do it again. I should have done it again. But it's 8 o'clock now. It's time to go. Yeah, we great. Go get something to eat.
Mama said put her on camera.
Who?
Your mama.
Mina.
She said look. She said put Mina on camera.
Oh, Mama
put
Cross
Mina
on
on
camera. Yeah,
camera?
definitely. Click the link. Drop the link for Mama Cross.
Hey, Mama.
Drop the link for Mama Cross.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let's turn
Yeah.
some light on.
Tahir. Where's Tahir? Drop the link.
Y'all kill me with that, boy. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm trying to turn on lights, y'all. Okay.
It's like a nice place you guys got in there.
Look.
That's nice.
All righty. She told me, oh no, I'm shy. I'm shy for what?
Mama Cross, Tahir just
Oh,
dropped on
man,
you.
now she whispering in my ear to some because I don't know how to talk English. Look, it did all of a sudden. She used to do that to me. She say, I'm shy. I don't know how to talk English. Now she know how to fuss me out. Look, you don't do that.
Listen,
That's a universal language.
You know how to speak better English than we do Filipino. So there you go. That's all you need to know.
Exactly. She does a whole lot better. She don't know how to speak Filipino, but she don't know how to speak English, but she gonna tell me, no, don't do that.
Mama
I'm like,
Cross
what
said
you mean?
hello.
If she said hello, she coming on? She said she wanted to come on or no?
Mama
Mike,
Cross, you coming
YouTube.
on? I'm looking to see.
I thought she was like, I don't think she wanted to come on. I think she just wanted to see 10 years, y'all. She been my best kept secret for 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
You gonna be 90 day fiance. I'm telling you.
90 days. Well, 10 years is like 90 days. You mean 9,000 days, 9 terabytes.
I mean the show, because you're gonna get the K1 visa, so you could go on 90-day fiance.
Man, that old show. They was talking
still
about that
running
show and
it.
everything. Yeah.
They
Hey,
still running.
back to the story. The lady putting the salt on our hands and stuff, right?
Forget
and putting
the story,
the salt
Mike.
on our
Forget
face and stuff.
Forget the story. Forget the story. What we want to know is when do we need to buy a hat for the wedding? That's what we need to know.
Oh, I don't know. It all depends on how fast they do this visa, the fiance visa, the hat.
Yeah, it's 90 days. It'll be 90 days from the time they get clear. From the time Mina comes to the United States, they have 90 days to get married. So that's
Oh,
the
yeah?
K1. Yeah, that's the K1 visa process. You got 90 days.
Oh, shoot.
That's why it's called 90-day fiance.
Oh, I ain't know it was 90
If she
days.
gets approved for the visa, she comes over. You got 90 days to get married.
Ugly feet. Ugly pa.
It's got to be planned. Got to be planned.
Okay, the plan is get the visa and then say I do, sign the papers, and do some more YouTube videos.
What's that, Mom?
No is an important word. Oh my God.
What's that, Mom?
Yeah. No is an important word. Your mama knows you can't hide from me. Okay.
You didn't say anything to Mom?
Huh?
You didn't say anything?
Yeah.
I won't
Why
ask.
are you scratching me like that so hard, dear? You must be nervous. She's scratching the heck out of me right now. I'm like, ow. Why are you just scratching me? I mean, you never scratch me. That's past tense for scratch. Scratch.
That's it. Just do this, Mina. Just do this when you say too much.
Yeah, I did. I did last night. 2 nights. Last night. I did 30 times.
Just tell him, shut it up. That's it. You tell him too much. Be quiet. That's it.
The little, how old you think that little boy is that was the gay boy? About 20, 21, 22?
Like that.
And he was scared to come over. And I told him, oh, you have a cute YouTube channel. I have a lot of friends who bloggers. I have a lot of friends. He dressed up, makeup all perfect. His nails was done just as best. He had the best nails done and everything. And he walking around with a deep voice.
Was that a lady boy?
Yeah.
The Philippines have the lady boys, right? Is that the Philippines with the lady boys?
Yeah. It's not my first rodeo. In other words, I should know what to do and what not to do.
Mama
I
Cross.
should
Come
if they would have did.
Come on the panel.
Go ahead.
We'd love to see you, Mama Cross.
Yeah, Mama Cross. You're not asleep, Mom. I know you're not asleep. Very cute couple. Thank you, Amy. Amy.
I think you're a cute couple, but without you, Mike.
Yeah, there you go. That's the beauty right there. Beauty and the Beast. The Beast.
Oh, Thailand has lady boys.
Yeah.
Okay, I knew somebody has lady boys. I can't remember who it was.
No, the dude. Look, it was, and then the other little girl. She kind of knew, and the guy was kind of. They wanted me to. I went back to the mall, and I had to go get a charger. We still got to get another charger. You said that one's not working. It's working now.
No.
No, it's not working.
No, it's not working.
Oh, when you say
Go back there.
when she say that means that's like
Yes.
oh.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
that one is not working. Yes.
Mm-mm.
See, it is fun to me. It teaches me to take my time because she say if we say you know how we like if somebody asks you a question, you be like you'll say it like under your breath She's saying
Yes.
that means
It's
yes,
yes.
yeah. And so if I'm saying something to her, she'll say that means yes. And sometimes we'll say we're saying like
Right. No, yeah.
Right. That's what we're saying. But she's saying, yeah, like, are you hungry? You ready to go get something to eat? Oh, you don't want to get nothing to eat? So I'm learning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want me to put that on? And not this?
Yeah.
To wear something different? She want me to put on. I didn't bring no clothes, right? So that when the mall opened, I got to buy some clothes. She said, here, honey, put this on. It's a t-shirt. I said, what's wrong with this shirt? No, put this shirt on. This shirt looks better to me. And she said, no, but you had that same shirt on for 3 days.
Lord have mercy. Yes, please change your shirt. Don't be out there embarrassing us.
Mike,
excuse me, dear.
Have you actually have you got to the place yet where you're going to pass out these sandals, these split people?
No, we're on our way there today. We're gonna be there tomorrow. We're gonna pass out the sandals and stuff right there. Hey baby. Oh, we was I went to go get the charger, and the girl kept saying, "See, didn't know me. She barely speak English. She said, "Do the Dougie, do the Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie." And I started dancing. Teach me how to Dougie. 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 Teach me how. And she said, "Oh, you good. You good." I said, "Are you teaching?" I said, "You're a good teacher." Yeah.
Right, yeah. So we've just got confirmation, and actually, because I've had a couple of phone calls about the Courtney situation, and it's now gone live. So, and even Tahir's just sent me a message about it. So, it's factual, people. It's factual that Courtney is getting sued by Diddy.
Well, there we knew that was coming. We knew that was coming. It was only so long you was gonna play that game.
Yep.
Only so long you was gonna play that game. So we'll see how this unfolds.
They say, you know, he gonna be trying to sue me.
Lord have mercy. I mean, see you play around in things you don't need to play around. Oh, y'all matching. Oh, that's cute.
Couple check. Couple shirt. Yeah, both of us hungry.
Wow, that's cute. That's cute.
Yeah, I think Courtney should be sued. You know why? Because he took those words of Kim Porter and put them into a book. Where he get them words from, and why? And then they had a nerve to edit the book, so that's not really her words. And you put her picture on front of that book, you getting sued. That you don't have the right to be using that book like that. I've been saying that from day one. But you know what you should have did? You should have took that information if it was on thumb drive, and you should have gave it back to whoever you thought was the right owner.
Yeah.
Well, and first and foremost, I mean, if you're going to release a book that allegedly you've never read, right, belongs to somebody that has children, then surely that book should go to the children. Or
that's why he getting sued, because he ain't read the book. If he would have wrote the book, he would have got sued.
Exactly, and I'm choosing my words very carefully, Mike, for the channel, not for myself. But what I'm saying is, allegedly, he's never even read the book. But
allegedly, Martell, every time he get on he say it out of his mouth. He didn't read it. He told Too Strong that, and then he told Sean that. See, I didn't read the book. I said I didn't read the book, Sean.
But you also said, though, Mike, and this was my my next point. He also said when he was asked in an interview, somebody asked him if any of that money was going to go towards the twins. And he said, yeah, he's going to set up a foundation for them. Right. That foundation has never been set up, people. It's never been set up. I'm just letting you know.
That's when you're supposed to say allegedly. But I know one thing. I use the words that they say. When they say, he said he don't argue with no girls. I don't argue with girls. Then he showed the tattoo. You see my tattoo? Can you see it? You see it? He said, Brock said.
I want
to say so bad.
I so want to tell Courtney that I can see a tattoo there.
You see my tattoo? You see? You see, yeah. See my tattoo, don't you? That's right. Don't mess with me. What? Don't you mess? What? You want some of this? Boy, you see that tattoo? You see that? Don't you mess with me? Don't mess with me. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's for those that I don't know if you guys know about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I've heard of that. Yes.
Right.
The movie.
Right. So before it was a movie, it was a series of books, and it's my
Oh.
favorite thing in the whole world. And there's a portion of it where they're talking about something called the bug bladder beast of Troll, and it's so ridiculously stupid that it believes that if you can't see it, it can't see you.
Yeah,
That's
man,
exactly,
they was
that is exactly the tattoo. Like he thought because he could see that tattoo,
okay.
everybody else could see it.
Man, I remember when I was a kid, I didn't know what to do. I was going to get a whooping, and I tried to zip myself away in the closet, and I could hear my father going to the closet. So I just closed my eyes. I said, if I don't see him, then maybe maybe this might work. It might work. That's the only thing I could do was close my eyes, and it didn't work. Okay. Well, y'all about to play something? Courtney getting sued by the Dum Dum.
Gotprint
I
provides
think
hundreds of ways to personalize
this is
products.
Tahir. He must be putting it up here.
Yes.
We talking Dumb and Dumber.
What was on the flash drive before? Would you be able to kind of go over that now, or is that something that you can't discuss?
No, we're trying to discuss that now. What we will be able to talk to in terms of what was available and what was on those flash drives.
Okay.
But it was the book.
So it is Kim Porter's book, but not necessarily some of the stuff with the celebs that were mentioned besides.
It's hers. Nobody touched it.
Oh, so it is her official book.
Yes.
And no one touched it.
Nobody altered it. Nothing.
So it's not the copy that the gentleman said that he was selling before. No.
No.
It's two different copies. That one was edited, and we have the original copy.
So you're saying that the other copy was an actual real copy, even though the family said it wasn't.
It was a derivative work.
It's edited. The only way the family say that is because I forgot his name. Alvin Shore.
Yeah.
Yeah. And besides that, how they know? A lot of stuff their mother did, they didn't know. And I'd like to say apologize to the mother and the family for the picture being on front of it.
Right.
You understand? I didn't put it there.
Right.
So, they got to worry about bigger things.
Right.
Than what her diary was. You understand?
Right.
They should have started worrying when he was beating her.
Right.
When you start worrying about your mother after the fact.
Right. So the book, do you think it'll ever be open to the public or after this or?
That'll be the next thing. I've been contracted to go to Amazon and work out whatever legalities that may have existed prior so that we can republish the book.
Wow, so the public will get to see her actual words and thoughts.
So very soon, the actual unedited version. We'll be putting that out soon.
So I'm wondering, do you own the rights, I guess, or how does that work?
I guess the rights was given to me, right?
I'll say possession is not for the law. So.
You dream, you plan, you work. Every hour, every day, every night. All business is personal. How do you make a connection? We make it easy with high-quality, affordable products.
Is it done
Go
to
to
here?
Gotprint.com. Let's work together.
This is the done to here. You would. Oh nope. You still going? We still going to here?
I'm telling Mina all about Puffy and all about. She don't even really don't know who Puffy is. That's what I love about her. She don't know, and so I had to tell her about who Puffy is and tell her how this Courtney's El Stupo, El Dum Dum, El Mr. Liar, pants on fire.
Oh,
So I'm telling her.
Well, he's gonna sell, like I said in the side chat, he's gonna need to sell that Mason cane from 10 years.
Mason Kane. That Kane. Anybody could have got it. I can get one of them. I can get a ring.
It's literally from Temu. Is the exact thing is on Temu.
I bet you any amount of money anybody can get a Mason. Anybody can clone and draw a Mason. I don't even know what they stand for, man. My buddy is a Mason. And I mean, hey, my uncle is a Mason. Neither one of them can get right. It ain't like they superior. What the hell? You got Catholic people, you got Christian people, you got Muslim people, you got motorcycle people, you got Filipino people, you got Masons. What the fuck? What difference does it make? You got people that got jobs, you got people that got cars, you got people that got motorcycles, you got some people that got all kinds of stuff.
Ariel, Kuya.
Mina,
oh, she on the live now. Oh,
They watching.
So we ready to go get some breakfast. We're going to get some breakfast. Yeah.
Free meal.
Free meal.
Save your money, darling.
Save your money, darling. I'm going to eat. And then I'm going to take me a nap. What happened to Stephanie? I guess she's saying. So Courtney, the more interviews Courtney does and that lawyer, the more stupider they look. Both of them. I told you I called Natanya Rubin called me, and she was saying the same thing. She sugarcoated it, and she still didn't say nothing bad about the girl. So I gave her a break. But I'm like, that female lawyer who I refuse to know her name,
Ariel.
I just don't like the way she came on the scene. You're a lawyer, but the thing about it is you shouldn't be shopping no tape, no audio, no nothing to get somebody else in trouble. And if they pay the right amount of money, then they don't get in trouble. That ain't what a lawyer does. That's what a slick person does. Your slick ass self.
But do you know what's even more telling about the whole situation for me, right? So she's got 12 victims of Diddy, allegedly. I'm going to keep saying allegedly because to do that on YouTube. But so she's allegedly got 12 victims of Diddy, which she is representing in court. And this is what I've been saying, and people have been putting me down for saying it, is that this is going to discredit all of those victims, those alleged victims.
Was she the lawyer for the English girl or Misha before? One of them?
No, neither of those have got lawyers.
No, I thought at one time she was trying to represent them at one time, I thought.
No.
But everybody she does represent.
I thought so too. I thought it was for English too, that she was supposedly and dropped her or something like that. But I don't know if that's just a rumor or what. So
no,
I did.
Adri English, supposedly, allegedly,
and you said English is now in rehab or something, or she had to go to the doctor?
No, right. So allegedly, Adria went to rehab because she was subpoenaed by the grand jury to come and testify as a witness, but she needed to be clean in order to do so. So that's why she went into rehab. But she never went to rehab. She's in a homeless facility with her child.
Yeah, see, if you was real with yourself, she saw money when she went to that B channel, You got to stick with the A channels, baby. You went to a B channel, and I mean, the man making money. I know he making big time money. And the thing that tripped me out is they seen the money. Both of them seen money, and they thought that they can. One of them started their own channel. I think they both started their own channel. And they thinking that she caught up thinking she was a star. I couldn't believe she said out of her mouth, "Yeah, I can't wait to see the movie because I want to see how my character portrayed me," or something like that. You know how, like, if somebody making a movie about your life and they can't wait to see who gonna play your part, like a big star. Denzel Washington gonna play me. Denzel Washington gonna play my part. I can't wait to see if he do a good job in that. That's how she talking on the interview. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this girl done bumped her head.
Yeah, but just going back to Courtney, apparently he's mid making a movie. We talked about this the other day.
He done bumped his head too. Guess who gonna be in the movie?
Him.
That English girl gonna be in the movie that he making. You got this what I was thinking about doing. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna talk to nephew. Me and nephew, we're gonna make a movie. It's gonna be a reality. It's gonna be more of a reality show about people trying to get in the recording studio, and they are afraid to get a deal with Puffy or Jay-Z. They trying to get a deal, but they don't want the deal to come through Puffy or Jay-Z. This will be Murph. This will be a bad ass freaking. I'm serious. Everything will be legit. It gotta be reality because half of these not stupid, but half of these dummies can't act. They think they can act. So they when the camera come on, they act like they acting, and I can't have that. It gotta be reality. When soon the camera come on, people change. Yeah, I'm shy. I'm so shy. I'm so shy. I'm so shy.
That's reality.
That's reality. So I gotta put the reality in it. Because everybody is one of, what's up, dog? It's your boy, Mike Cross. I'm in the Philippines, man. We gonna make it rain. Is it raining today? Is it gonna rain?
Can I just say, Mike, your camera looks much better when Mina's in the shot.
Yeah. I know, right? He said the camera looks better when you're in the shot. So Courtney shooting a movie. Courtney, unless he's shoving out a lot of money, that's how people go broke. Don't get me wrong, man. If you're shooting a movie, go and shoot your little movie. And somebody said that they seen parts of the movie and it actually looked pretty good.
But do you know what's happening there, Mike? Right. So with the whole thing. So Diddy is suing them for $50 million. Right. So
who's gonna pay that?
That's not going to come from Courtney. He's actually, although Courtney is part of the legal case, he's actually suing a law firm. He's suing a law firm for spreading.
He's suing whose law firm?
The one that Ariel works for.
Damn, she worked for a law firm?
Yeah, she's a lawyer. She's his lawyer.
Yeah, I know she his lawyer, but I didn't know she worked for a law firm. I thought maybe she was just a lawyer. But if you're a lawyer,
he's suing the law firm, and as part of that case, case, he happens to be the person, people that he's suing, right? So that money isn't going to come. I know we're making jokes about him selling his cane from Temu and stuff like that, but this is what they're trying to do is bring down the law firm.
Man, just because somebody getting sued, that don't mean they're gonna win.
No,
somebody just filed paperwork.
Of course not.
You know, that's like somebody told me I was going to. You can get sued, man.
But again,
don't let them do that. You can get sued.
But again, this law firm this law firm also have, like, I'm going to repeat myself again, but this law firm are also representing Diddy victims, which means that if the law firm gets called into question, then these cases of these alleged victims are just going to vanish, because if he wins, let's say, then all of these victims are just going to be left with nothing.
I think that Courtney was probably a plant from the very beginning, and he too stupid to even realize that he's a plant.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, my ass. I don't even like that word no more. We don't use that word in the Philippines. We just say he a plant. He know he a plant. We know he don't know he a plant. Jaguar Wright know he's a plant. Jaguar Wright told him, "You better be careful." And he said, "Yeah, you're right. I know."
Yeah, I've said since day one. I've said that he was a plant, and I've been.
Honey, what are you waiting on? I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting on you. Damn, hungry. I'm waiting on. She said she waiting on me. I'm waiting on her. Come here with your fine self. Yeah. She is funny, boy.
Yeah,
she
like
is so funny.
Like
Go
Linda's
ahead.
side chat, we'll never know who the real victims are, or the truth of it all. No, we won't, because we weren't there. But
I think. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think something happened to all of them. And them drugs that messed them up so much, and they all even Courtney. I think Courtney was ordered and molested, and somebody wanted that big plump. You know what I'm saying? I think something happened to him.
No, I don't.
That's how he got it, huh?
Honestly, my if I'm talking about, because I've got my personal opinion, my professional opinion. My professional opinion of Courtney is that somebody just picked him up and said, "We need you to do this," and he was like, "Okay," and that was it.
And they all saying that that baby oil make you do anything. Well, why won't it make everybody else do anything, but it won't make you do nothing? Yeah, they just squirt it on you and you go crazy. Okay, if you was closer around, they squirted it on you. How you get them thumb drives? You let me squirt this baby oil on you, I give you these thumb drives.
Right. So and Courtney
it'll make you write a book that you ain't read.
Yeah, exactly. Or another fun flash drive that has videos of SA on it that you've never watched, but you knew that it was SA.
Right, you got child P on there, and you gonna sit there and say you got it. Man, I would have gave that stuff to the nearest. I would have gave it to the nearest security guard, armed security guard, and I would have made 5 copies. I'm gonna letting y'all know I made copies of this, because I'm gonna take it all the way up to the FBI and the CIA and the LMNOP. I'm gonna let my mama see it. I'm gonna let my daddy see it. I'm gonna let people. You got porn.
Talking about 2008. 2008. He allegedly got these right things. It's now 2025, but he only got subpoenaed in 2024, and he had to be subpoenaed.
It's funny. You got Pimp C in all those videos talking about some videos of Jay-Z. Then you got Jaguar Wright says she got footage and evidence and receipts about all this stuff. Then you got Courtney telling us, well, I seen what's on the tapes, but I ain't. Then you got Courtney's buddy, the other dude that wrote the book for him, because Courtney can't spell. So what's his name?
Chris Todd.
Did Todd see any tapes or any footage? Then you got the lawyer. Now I know she can read. She a lawyer. So did she see? Well, I seen stills of it, but we shopping it to see if they gonna make a deal. Get out of here, man. What kind of deal you making? I'm leaving you, girl. You ready? I'm leaving you. I'm hungry. We over here talking. She said, I'm waiting on you. I said, no, I'm waiting on you. I'm leaving you. You got the key? Make sure you got the key, dear. Mm-hmm. Oh, those pass a little better. But hey, you do your thing, girl. I'm gonna take us shopping and oh no, that's too expensive. I'm saying don't tell her no prices. You like this, you like that. It's the part that
You know, I'm wise wife. You know, wise wife.
wow. She said she's a wife wife.
Did we lose him, or is this me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me as well? I can hear you, sir.
I can hear you. Yes.
The Wi-Fi is only in the room, y'all.
Okay.
So,
Do not end the stream. Do not end the stream. Do not end the stream.
Don't feel the wrath. Don't feel the wrath of Steph.
Don't end the stream. In fact, kick him off. Get him out of here. He messed us up. But he messed us up. Oh, it won't even let me. I can't even kick him off. I can just remove him. He got to remove him, so he better not end this stream. Y'all, if he ends this stream, we will have to do it again, but he better not end this stream. He better just close his phone. Don't even, just close your phone. It'll automatically go. Do not end the stream.
Did you get that that TMZ video about Courtney being sued?
Not Murph. To hear, what did he just play? Is it a different one? What did Tahir just play?
I don't know. I had to pop off during that, so I didn't. Whether it's been played or not.
Tahir played, I guess, the one from when they
TMZ.
came out the courthouse before.
One, yeah, because he
Is
sent
there a
that
new one?
I don't know. I can go and check if you want me to.
Okay. Yeah, you could check. Tahir would have to play it or download it. So yeah, so we did finish the other video, the CPS video. We were going to start the one that I was saying about with Bonnie's uncle called Turning the Tide. The story of Hell, Hope, and Healing. I think that's what it was called. And this basically, remember we saw Bonnie's uncle speaking to Congress a couple of like 7 years ago. And he works with people who are transported, and they have facilities to help these people to, and so, yeah, so we were going to watch the video. That's a documentary that they did about them and just, get some more information on them. So that's what we were going to start. And I'm gonna go ahead and start this while,
Support for this program comes from the Gail and Tom Benson Charitable Foundation, committed to fund.
So let me go ahead and say under copyright, what is it? Copyright 107. Let me just wait for it because I can read it. Copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. All rights belong to their respective owners. Content might be gossip, rumors, exaggerated, or indirectly beside the truth. Viewers are advised to do their own research before forming their opinion. the content might be opinionated, and with me here, it definitely will be. So yeah,
No,
we're gonna go ahead.
Seth just circles with her eyes, like waiting for somebody to pounce on me. Basically, that's what she does.
So yeah, I'm trying to watch everything. So yeah, with that being said, like I said, we're just gonna go ahead and get into this. Hopefully it'll give us some more information about Bonnie's uncle, and what they do and what they've been doing for the last 25 years. And I spoke with him this morning, had a great conversation with him, and just wanted to go ahead and share this with you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that.
Educational causes. Support for this program comes from the United Way of Southeast Louisiana, celebrating 100 years of driving positive change in our community by improving outcomes in education, income, and health for every person, everywhere. Learn more at unitedwaysela.org.
It's known as Sportsman's Paradise, where canopies of Spanish moss blanket giant oaks. The sun beats the swamp, and the mightiest river flows into tranquil lakes. But just beneath the surface runs a wicked current that flows through every state and nation and threatens the lives of the most vulnerable.
The room was disgusting. The men were disgusting. They stunk. Their skin was sticky.
I am an investigator with Louisiana State Police. I'm in the Special Victims Unit.
I mean, they wanted to sell me to a drug addict for $300.
It's a lot easier to sell a human and make money than drugs.
He told me I was gonna die. He wanted me to be prepared to die. He knew that whatever he was gonna do to me wasn't gonna be nice.
These are the faces of three, held captive and sold for cash. They reveal their faces and their stories to destigmatize victims and change the narrative.
See us, hear us, help us, fight them.
I think there's a time when we were told growing up that certain things weren't our business. And I say these children are absolutely 100% our business.
Donna Edwards becomes the First Lady of Louisiana when her husband, John Bell, is elected governor in 2016. She, along with police.
People say, what can I do about this? This has nothing to do with me. Everybody has a part in saving a person's life, period.
The FBI.
Wait. This is new at 9. Dozens of sex trafficking victims were rescued recently. That's according to the FBI.
Survivors.
Trust me, I wanted to give up, but nope, you can't give up. Because if you give up, you let the enemy win.
We just welcome them and love them as they are when they come.
And a group of nuns running a secret healing center in the backwoods of Louisiana have teamed up against a common foe, sex trafficking, and perhaps the natural inclination to turn away.
They deserve for us to stand up for them, to talk about what they're going through, to save them, to bring them back.
But to bring them back, you must understand where they've been and how they got there.
She was the girl who cried herself to sleep while holding on to a secret that wasn't hers to keep. She was the girl who got anxiety at the sound of any man's voice. She was the girl in first grade who already knew about boys.
Starting in preschool, Megan is molested by family long before she is trafficked by strangers. Her poetry becomes a form of therapy.
You know, my mom didn't always have the best characters around. I know she suffered from addiction problems.
Molested while Allie is still in diapers, her mother moves her to Louisiana to escape, but it happens again at age 10.
She felt okay enough to leave me with this man as a babysitter while she went to work. and he gave me a pill to take. I don't remember going to bed. I don't remember getting in the bed. I don't remember eating anything, but I do remember waking up the next day in my mom's bed at home, naked.
You never know what could happen. It could happen in your hometown. It can happen in your backyard. Mine happened in the backyard.
By your own family.
By my own family. Thought I could trust them, but you can't. I didn't realize this was happening. I thought these people loved me, but they were just using me.
It's Danny who opens the eyes of the First Lady to sex trafficking. That it can happen anywhere, even in her sleepy hometown, where her own children knew of Danny and her captors.
It's hard to believe that this is happening in our own backyards. It's hard to believe that this happens in a community that's as small as ours.
She was the light switch for you.
She was the light switch.
They fed her the ashes of her deceased mother. What kind of a mind does that?
5 people accused of holding a woman with autism captive for an entire year are now facing federal charges.
My name is Danny. I'm a survivor.
Danny clutches a fidget for comfort as she recounts the past. Just out of frame sits her support team of caregivers, social workers, and a state-appointed advocate.
There are going to be people that are going to be.
And I'm just going to say this is going to be a potential trigger warning for anybody. So if you feel like you need to take a break and come back, please do. We totally understand. So
yeah, I just wanted to add to that as well. I've just also had a message from somebody that knows some of these people, and so please, if you're triggered by anything that we're ever speaking about on this channel, because trust me, we've all been through it, right? We've been through certain things anyway, and we understand. So if you need to take a break, go outside, get a breath, or put it on mute and come back when things are over. And when it's just me and Steph and Mike chatting, then please do so.
Yeah, please.
Wondering why you're showing your face.
I want people to know that I'm the one that was held captive for a year. I'm the one that was held against her will. There was abuse. And I'm the one that has autism, and I'm proud of it.
It has been 7 years since Danny's relatives beat her, starved her, locked her in this backyard cage made of chicken wire and tarp, and sold her for sex.
Like, I tried escaping, but when they have guns pointed on you, they threaten you, like, hey, if you leave again, we're gonna kill you, you have to stay there, fight for your life. Fight for your life every day and not give up.
Danny would take the fight to court, addressing her captors in a victim impact statement that sent them to their own cages in federal penitentiaries. That after she was rescued by police in 2016, a day she'll never forget, followed by a dream she won't either.
June 29th, I saw my mom. My mom came to me in a dream, and she said that everything's gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna get out of here. I'm like, what do you mean, Mom? She's like, I can't tell you that. Just trust me, baby. And when the minute I saw them cop cars come, like, this is what she was meaning. This is what she was saying. That you're coming out. That's what happens with traffickers. They want, if you got special needs, if something like autism, Down syndrome, whatever it is, they want to take advantage of you because you're vulnerable.
And that's what it's all about. It's manipulation and control. Trafficking does not see socioeconomics. It's about vulnerability. That's what it's about. problem is unfortunately we have a lot of these children don't have a family. I've had victims tell me in interviews, I've been in 7 foster homes in the last 2 weeks. What are you gonna bring me home to?
As a child, Allie prefers juvenile detention to foster care and group homes. She acts up to get locked up.
And that was home.
So I wanted to stop this here because I thought maybe I was tripping. But this girl's name is Allie, right? And she was actually abused as a baby. I'm just putting out that because that's very interesting.
People there were home, were like parents.
Juvenile detention, the guards.
Yeah. They played cards with me. They drew with me. They wrote with me. They read what I wrote. It mattered to them. And I just felt heard. Even though, I was in like a small cell the size of someone's bathroom, I felt like, okay, I know they're gonna come by in 20 minutes. I know tomorrow I can pick me out a new book. I know in the morning I'm gonna have breakfast. They know I don't like milk, just juice.
Most of all, she likes sleeping alone. She's been trafficked since she was 11, when a friend's family offers to take her in after she runs away from her drug-addicted mother.
She said, yeah, you can come spend the night with me. So I get in the car with them, and there's like a older man. You could call him in like her trick or her sugar daddy, the mom's trick. I get in the car, and he's the first one to like speak to me. He was like, you know where you're going, huh? And I was like, yeah, to my friend's house. He was like, no, you're going to Colfax.
That night, in a cramped house in Colfax, Louisiana, Allie, a 6th grader, is sexually assaulted by a 19-year-old man.
Obviously, there's many hotels right off the interstate. It's in and out access, easy access. It happens at the truck stops too. It happens everywhere. So we have our major corridors in Louisiana. We have I-20, which is up north, and then we have I-49 that comes down through Alexandria. And then we have I-10 that comes from Texas and turns into I-12.
By night 2, Allie is trafficked in hotels along I-49 near Alexandria by the very friend who took her in.
And I remember her turning to her mom and asking her mom, well, Mom, how much for 2 girls? And, how much for one who's never done it before?
Like many trafficked children, a female trafficker escorts her to the room. She is 11 years old.
I remember her brother would sit on the stairs and like wait for us to come, out of their room. And my first time going in, I didn't know like what to do or, how to behave or any of that. And I remember being offered a drink. Their skin was sticky. I felt sticky and disgusted. I felt small. Like mentally, I felt myself physically shrink. I felt this small.
It is so important to listen when a kid isn't talking. She was the girl who held her pain behind her smile as a mask. She was the girl who needed help, but didn't feel worthy enough to ask. I think when I was little, I really felt alone because, I don't know, I didn't feel open where I was to be able to communicate or be open. And that little girl just needed a hug sometimes. She just needed to feel loved.
To hear her say those words makes me want to be sick, because I think about the times, have I ignored signs? As a former teacher, I think, how many kids in my classroom, You know, as a music teacher, it's also every kid in the entire school. And I think about that often. You know, I think about certain children and the way they acted.
Megan is 4 when a family member starts molesting her. 7 years pass before an art teacher asks a simple question.
She pulled me aside one day and just asked me if I was okay. She's like, "You don't look okay. Are something wrong?" And I just broke down. I fell in love with the food, the weather, just the southern hospitality.
In the picturesque town of Mandeville, Megan happily reunites with her mother, but her mother is struggling financially.
She wanted me down here. I believe that she did it out of the goodness of her heart, but when it fell apart, she didn't try to pick it back up. She kind of let it just unravel. She lost her house, so I was already bouncing around to friends I already knew, and I ended up just meeting the wrong person.
And I just want to point out something that Mirtha and I were just talking about earlier when we talked about, you know, she said she just wished someone would have asked. And this is what we're talking about, this conversation has to happen. It can no longer be taboo. I know for my children, especially, they were sick to death of me asking. They were sick to death of me. Like, I remember one of my kids, I can't remember which one said it to me, but they were like, "Why is that always the first thing you go to?" And I said, well, because that's the thing that people never want to say. And I'm sorry that I go to that first, but that's my first question. Like, I ask the hard questions first. We can get to the easy questions. So if I feel like something is bothering you, I'm going there, and then we can work our way back. But we have to have that conversation. We have to get away from it being taboo to talk about things like that, because that's all it took for her, was for somebody to ask her if she was okay. Ask her if she was going somewhere. Is you know what I'm saying? Like, we have to be able to get comfortable with that, and that is a uncomfortable conversation for a lot of people. Like, you know, it's not comfortable, but we have to get to the point to where, you know, we're able to say that, you know, because she's a kid and she's waiting for somebody to ask her so that she can tell.
This is the whole point, right? This is my point. I should say it's not the whole point. It's my perspective on things, because I've spent, as Steph has as well. You know, Steph's worked with children for years and years and years, and I've also worked with children for years and years and years, and it's the fact that we don't give kids enough credence in what their experiences are. Instead of asking them, we're telling them. We're telling them what they, oh no, you're lying. You're lying. Why are they lying? How do we know that they're lying? Do you know what I mean? It's like that is the question. How do we know that these children that come forward and say things, that have the courage and bravery to come forward and say things, and I'm not saying 100% of them are telling the truth, but what I'm saying is, how do we know unless we investigate? Why do we, as adults, why do we suddenly jump to a conclusion that they must be lying?
Right. Absolutely.
Megan meets Jared on Facebook a full year before she meets him in person. She thinks she's vetting him, protecting herself. Jared is grooming her the whole time and offers her a safe place to stay with his dad while her mom gets back on her feet.
From the time he picked me up, I regretted it. I regretted, even on the car ride to New Orleans, on the causeway, I was scared. Because he didn't look like the pictures at all. He was a lot bigger. I now know he had just got out of prison.
So you're driving over the causeway. What's going through your mind?
At this point, I'm hesitant, but I'm already in the car, and in my head, this person was not going to do nothing to me. I've been talking to him for a year. You know, I know this person in my head.
Megan is brought to a hotel where there are other girls. She is taken on a shopping spree for new clothes, makeup, and a manicure. 3 days later, she is drugged and trafficked for the first time. Her hell continues for 9 months.
I was 16. I spent my birthday, my 17th birthday in a hotel. And then, as soon as I turned 17, they arrested me and called me a prostitute. And as soon as I got out of jail, he took me to a different hotel. That's when I realized I'm gonna die here. And by the grace of God, the FBI came and did a SWAT and rescued me and another girl.
You can't unhear it. You can't unknow the information, and you can't walk away. So I knew that what I could do was, I call myself the connector, and so I could connect everybody.
First Lady Donna Edwards uses her influence to raise awareness. She invites state lawmakers to the governor's mansion, fellow first spouses to Zoom calls where they share what's worked in their states, and inspires her husband to create the Governor's Office of Human Trafficking.
You know, it's a bipartisan issue, right? And so people come together on those issues. It's one of those issues you don't have to say much because it's the right thing to do. And when it's the right thing to do, it comes together.
Laws are passed. One expunges the criminal records of victims forced to commit sexual crimes. Another mandates truck stop employees along busy interstates be educated on the signs of trafficking and how to report it. Similar measures will educate hospital employees. And there's another connection the First Lady makes through, of all places, the Vatican.
We know that all of us here today believe in the fight for freedom for these victims, so they might have joyful life and hope for the better future.
In 2016, Louisiana leaders break ground on a secret healing center, Metanoia, a place founded by Father Jeff Bahi and inspired by a Vatican nun. It translates to change of heart, a place where girls hardened by trafficking.
That's Bonnie's uncle, Father Jeff Bahi. That's her uncle.
Yeah, and just to confirm, right, we know that Bonnie is 100%, and this is Bonnie's uncle, and this man is just like legendary. Absolutely.
And I spoke with him this morning. I had a very great conversation with him this morning. He's everything that she said he is. He's a gem. He really is.
This is really not. This is not clickbait. This is real stuff, and this is what we've managed to pull together in this community. Right, this is real stuff. So just continue watching.
Are loved into a state of peace and hope.
I just think that when they broke ground on Metanoia, they broke a little bit through hell, and the devil don't like that at all. To have a little piece of heaven sitting on top of what he called his, he would never like that. And to find so much peace in a place like that, it was amazing.
It was beautiful. When you first get there, I mean, it's so beautiful outside, and then when you go inside, it only gets more beautiful. It was a very peaceful place, but more than it being a peaceful place, the people, it had the most amazing people running that place.
The 5 nuns are from the Philippines, Madagascar, Nigeria, and India. 4 are trained nurses. 1 is a social worker. Their mission? To serve God by serving the girls. Megan and Allie are the very first to arrive.
Not gonna lie, Steph, I'm gonna cry.
Well, the healing started as soon as I got
cry.
there.
It's okay, Murph. Somebody give Murph a
My
tissue.
first question is, do you have kids? To Sister Anna Maria, and she was like, no. I was like, did that make us your kids? She said, yeah.
That's what we are trying to instill in them, that there is hope for a better future. Forget the past and you will get there. We are here to accompany you to get there.
I would get under the table when I felt stressed. That's safe for me because I can get under there and like it was like a hiding spot. It was plenty of days, plenty of nights too. Even past bedtime, I got the poor nun sitting out of bed. She's sitting in the corner of the conference room and I'm under the conference room table. But she wouldn't leave me. And I mean, she's going to get snacks. She's trying to get under the table with me. And if it wasn't one of them, it was all of them, waiting for me to come under the table. You know, they was throwing me a life jacket, bringing those snacks. Like, you can sit here as long as you need to, because I'll bring you whatever you need while you're under that table. And they would bring me books to read under that table. I was never ashamed for being under the table.
How did they earn my trust? They gave me time. The time I needed. If I wasn't feeling it that day, I would be up in my room. Sister would bring me a cookie. Said, Megan, you want a cookie? Or just her spirit. Sister Norma sat in one night and just cried with me. And that's what I needed. And she didn't preach to me. She just sat with me and let me cry and cried with me. I never had that before.
The girls receive medical care, therapy, and education. Both finish high school. The nuns teach them how to sew, cook, grow, nurture, play music, play basketball, and laugh again. But it's not easy. The nuns are on call 24/7. They've broken up fistfights, chased would-be runaways into the woods. Sister Ruth even stopped one girl in the midst of a suicide attempt.
So she went to her bathroom, tried to hang herself. Fortunately, because I go always to check them in their rooms, I went there and I found her. And I grabbed her, took off whatever she already put on her neck to put that there. That was, I don't know, was a very big shock since I came here. Whenever I remember that incident, it's still not going away from my mind. I hold her tight.
90 girls successfully come through the program. Only one is Catholic, none converts. None of that matters.
Wow.
I think this program, a lot of people involved in order to be successful, because not only the sisters, we have a program director that makes sure that the program is running, and not only focusing on their trauma and whatever they need every day, also they need education to move on. They need life skills, so we need volunteers, full-time teachers, therapists.
They opened me up to a lot of different activities, writing, painting. The First Lady would come and she would play the piano for us. She just kept coming back.
She always made time for us. Like, each and every one of us, she would talk to us individually. We had piano lessons with her individually. She was ready to see artwork. She was ready to hear poems. She was ready to read them if you weren't comfortable reading your own. Like, she was ready to hear about how you're doing in school. She was ready to hear about what you wanted to do after you get out of here. She was willing to listen to how much you miss home. You know, she was willing to listen to and watch you cry as well as, like, comfort you during your crying.
I wanted them to feel normal. I wanted them to feel loved. I wanted them to know that somebody cared about them in a way that is loving and nurturing.
If you didn't put two and two together yet, this is the blueprint. This is exactly the blueprint of everything that we've been discussing and talking about, and where we want to see this go. And this is where the building the channels and being monetized and bringing in those funds. This is where we want to bring those finances and those funds to be able to do something like this on a level like they're doing, and even a greater level if possible, not only for those that are being transported, but also for those, like we said, when we find these children, for these children that are in,
Can I give an example, Steph, of something? And it's not about the children, right? So it's going slightly off topic, but so if you, for instance, if you Google my name, it will come up and tell you about me, right? And I, when I was working, so I was the manager of a homeless project, which started as a soup kitchen. It started out as a soup kitchen, and basically what they were doing was amazing. They were feeding the local homeless in Windsor. And I got asked personally to take over the project, to make it into something more, and to the point where we opened a college, right? So there was we found this building within the local vicinity where people could live. So the homeless could have a residence, and as part of that, there would be a college, so they could get their graduate. If they didn't have GCSEs or anything like that, they could do that, and or if they did have GCSEs, then they could learn further, and they could come out with actual qualifications, which meant that they could go and get a job, but it also meant that they could have an address. And the transformation of people just through that scheme was just incredible. And and just pivoting back to the point that we're speaking about, what you were speaking about, is giving people a chance at actually making something of their lives.
Yep. And this is something that they do here, is they, get them acclimated and in a situation to where they can, hopefully take care of themselves. They don't just kick them out when they get a certain age. And just to answer Jamie's question, this video was dropped 8 months ago. So I'm not sure exactly when it was made, but it came onto YouTube 8 months ago. Father Jeffrey, when I spoke to him this morning, he told me about it. I wrote it down, and so I looked it up. He said it was a PBS documentary about what they did, so we get a better understanding about what they did, because I told him that I would definitely want to, partner with him and learn about how they did what they did, and how we could be a part of that, as well as, build our own that, kind of mimics this or uses this as the blueprint to be able to do this, not only for people that are transported, but also for children that need homes. I have a friend who, in certain areas, they don't have any room for children, and they have the children.
By the way, I've just realised that I said GCSE, and that means nothing to you, Steph. So for you, that would be GED.
Oh, okay, GED.
Yeah.
GED, yes. They so my friend, she is trying to build a home at this moment, so that she can help children that are not sleeping in these offices, because a lot of kids, they don't even have room for them anymore, so they have the kids sleeping in the offices of Child Protective Services and things like that. Like, so you imagine you're taking these kids some of these kids that don't need to be taken, and then now you don't even have a place for them. And, but the ones that are in these situations that they need to be removed from the home, you don't have a place for them, and they're sleeping on the floor in the office. And so, this is really the blueprint for what we're trying to do as a big picture.
It is a tick box exercise, and I spend a lot of what I do for a living is going and speaking to these social workers in this country, obviously not in America, but in this country, saying, how many times do you actually look at the person as opposed to looking at that sheet in front of you where you're ticking boxes? Look at the person as an actual person. Just because you've got a job, just because you've got a job and you're getting paid at the end of the month, it doesn't mean, and this, I am in no way, shape or form saying that all of the social workers are the same. That is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is there are plenty out there that literally just look at sheets all day and just go, and just tick boxes. Being a social worker should not involve you ticking boxes. You can tick the boxes afterwards. Ask them the questions. Sit there and ask them the questions. Record the conversation if you want, if you've got their permission, and then you can go and do the paperwork afterwards. See the person as an actual person and not as a tick box exercise.
Right.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Over. It's okay. We're gonna go right back into it so we can see more. But yes, Heather, I thought it was important that we can visualize exactly what we were talking about before I even knew anything about this. So, I thank God that they're already been in it, and that it's someone that we can learn from and how we can do this and to partner. So I'm gonna go ahead and press play.
An outside observer might say you were trying to make up for what they lost.
I think so. Because I'm sorry for what they went through. I mean, we all should be.
Allie and Megan have aged out of the Metanoia program, but the two remain in contact, saying they are sisters. Megan is now a mother of 2, in a healthy, loving relationship with the boy's father. Allie is engaged.
Well, come on in.
Their journey to healing takes them to the governor's mansion, where they reunite with the First Lady and share their desire to give back. The survivors now want to advocate for victims.
You love these girls.
I do. Very much.
Meanwhile, at the manor, the nuns are caring for 8 new girls, the youngest just 11. It is a revolving door.
Do you realize the impact you've had on them?
Tell you the truth, I don't.
They credit you and your sisters for helping them to heal, move forward, to love, and to raise their own families.
Steph,
it has been 5 years since Megan left their care. The reunion is as joyful.
Can I just say to everybody in the side chat, this is how I see Steph, and this is why me and Steph became so close so quickly, because this is what Steph does, right? This is how Steph thinks. And this is the way that she is. She is so caring, and so she just, all she wants to do is help and help and help and help and help. That's all she wants to do. So I just, sorry, my love. I just wanted to say that because that's what I think of you, and you know that I think that about you. So
I appreciate that. I'm going to press play because they almost got me.
As it is emotional.
Megan, we want to tell you that we see you. We see you. I know that you said that you want to help, and I think that's so brave of you. And it just shows the healing that has happened within you. You know, you're doing amazing, and we're so proud of you. Just want you to know that.
Thank you.
And sisters, I just want to say thank you and for all the sacrifices y'all made that I may not have realized at the time. And as a mother now, I realize how important of a role y'all played in my life and how important of a role y'all played in my children's life and the kind of mother I am because of y'all. Because y'all gave me that family, that sense of family that I never had. Y'all opened up y'all's home and y'all's hearts and y'all's entire life to me. And if there's ever a day where you wake up and you just dragging your feet at the manor, I just want y'all to know that everything y'all do is just really amazing and it really does matter and you do make a huge difference.
The fight to end trafficking never ends. As long as there are people willing to pay for sex, children will be sold to meet the demand. It is said that drugs are consumed once, but a child can be sold 10 times a day. The trade is growing, but so is awareness.
You know, at the end of the day, I am thankful that people are starting to notice more and it's being reported more. Just be aware. If it doesn't feel right, it's probably not right.
You know, I like to thank God. I like to thank my support system. And most of all, I want to thank my mom. She's not here anymore. I want to thank her and, you know, and my amazing friends.
Danny was too old to go to the manor, but she too has found healing. And like Allie and Megan, wants to become an advocate for special needs survivors.
We all here for you. We can be your survivor sister. You know, if you need someone to talk to, someone to vent to, someone to cry with, I'm here.
I would tell my younger self, you're destined for greatness, which is what I've always told my younger self. I want more. I feel like I deserve more, and I feel like I can make more.
The tide is turning. There is no shame in survival. Once invisible, they claim their space in the sun, proof that from hell can emerge a life of healing and hope.
That finished with a great quote from Anne Frank as well.
I just want to go back here. I just find this to be very interesting. I don't know if anybody else finds this interesting.
I always told my younger self, I want more. I feel like I deserve more, and I feel like I can make more.
The tide is turning. There is no shame in survival. Once invisible, they claim their space in the sun, proof that from hell can emerge a life of healing and hope.
Did you all see that quote?
Does everybody read this?
Speaks out it's and slam poetry performances.
Is there anything that strikes you as familiar?
Yep.
Very coincidental, that's all I'll say. Very, very, very coincidental. That's all I'll say. Very coincidental.
I you know that I know. Oh, just stop there as well. Just go back a little bit. to the previous comment.
Who?
Somebody called somebody with the name of D.
Who?
Danny.
Okay. Well, let me pause it. Okay. Danny has forgiven her relatives who held her captive, saying that's how you move on with your life and what God would want you to do.
Yeah, so the first one was called Ali. The second one's called Danny. Who do we know? Who do we know? It's coincidental. It's probably coincidental, but Danny, you know, DD Robot.
Who? You know, I don't know.
You do know who I'm talking about. If you don't, then I'm going to WhatsApp you right now and just like furiously, like verbally slap.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Somebody put it in the chat. Very interesting. Yeah. I'm just saying. Donna Edwards. Mrs. Edwards founded the National Coalition of the Prevention of SEX transporting. She and Governor Edwards will remain active in efforts to fight transporting and place children in loving foster care homes after the governor leaves office in 2024. So he's out of office now. So because we're in 2025. So the nuns continued their round-the-clock care of transported girls in an undisclosed location in Louisiana.
Oh, those are amazing.
And the one thing that that Father Jeffrey told me is that they don't have any electronics either. That's one of the things they don't have there either. That's one of their rules, is that there's no, electronics. I said, and I told him about, how I had the summer camp and it was the same thing, no electronics. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit just to see if there's anything else here, because it's showing that there's more stuff, but let me just make sure.
Lady Donna Edwards, Michelle Johnson.
I guess there is, so okay. We'll let it play out. Absolutely. We have our work cut out for us, Mary. We have our work cut out for us, because imagine if we had facilities like that all across. And I know they have more than one, but, the more of us that are involved, the more we can have. And that's why I'm building my channel. This is it.
Good evening, I'm Karen Swenson. As you have just seen, the problem of sex trafficking is real. And while awareness has risen substantially since the release of movies like Taken and Sound of Freedom, some might be led to believe that it's a border problem or an inner city problem. We hope you now understand it happens everywhere. But here in Louisiana, significant, impactful efforts are underway to combat it. In many ways, thanks to the guests you're about to meet, other states are now looking to Louisiana to see what's working. Joining us to talk about that, share some of the warning signs, when to speak up, how to speak up, and what still needs to be done, are Louisiana First Lady Donna Edwards, Michelle Johnson, a sex trafficking expert, Dr. Dana Hunter, Director of the Governor's Office of Human Trafficking Prevention, and Charles Coger, the FBI Acting Assistant Special Agent in charge of the New Orleans Field Office. Thank you all for being with us today. We appreciate it. Mr. Coger, our documentary really focused on Louisiana, but this obviously is a nationwide problem. And at the forefront of fighting it nationally is the FBI. We heard Megan talk about the way in which the Bureau came to her rescue. Tell us a little bit more about Operation Cross Country.
So
Operation Cross Country is an initiative that the FBI leads that we began back in 2008. It is an operation that we do annually, and we do it across all 56 of our FBI field offices. And the intention or the main focus of the operations are to target subjects of human trafficking. So our main focus is to try to identify and arrest subjects of human trafficking, as well as identify and rescue victims. We also do our best to try to provide services to victims of human trafficking, as well as bring awareness to this horrible violation of human trafficking. So actually, this past July, we just completed our 13th iteration of Operation Cross Country, where we engaged in over 347 operations across the country with over 200 of our federal, state, and local partners. During those operations, we were able to rescue 59 minor victims, as well as 141 adult victims, and also arrest 126 subjects.
So you guys are combing the internet.
Yes, ma'am.
You're looking at them just as much as the bad guys out there, and then you nail them.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about you, Michelle. You are a sex trafficking expert. You've testified before lawmakers, and we really want to hear from you about how we change and destigmatize the victims, right? We should call them survivors. Some people will call them prostitutes as if they had some say in the matter. For those that would say, hey, just walk away, get out. It's not as easy as that, is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so with victims, they usually don't even recognize that they are a victim of trafficking. And so it's basically you have to really get that victim and make them be able to understand what happened to them. I'm a survivor myself, so whenever I was trafficked, like you mentioned the movie Taken, I watched that movie with my trafficker while I was being trafficked, and I never related to the movie. I said, oh, wow, that is messed up, what happened to them. But, you know, my trafficker never said that that was trafficking and I'm trafficking you. He always said, you're a prostitute. And so with victims, they will identify as prostitutes. Even children, I work hands-on with children and they'll say, you know, I'm a prostitute.
And as a prostitute, you can be arrested and you can have a criminal record. And yet there is a law named after you. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it's the Michelle Johnson Act. And so whenever I was recovered, I had many charges. I was wanted by state police, city police, just all throughout the south of Louisiana. I did have to spend prison time, which was directly a result of me being trafficked. And so traffickers, they usually not only make their victims engage in prostitution, but other illicit criminal activity. So anywhere from stealing from the buyers, you know, their wallets, debit cards, electronics, to the actual crime of prostitution. And usually those other crimes are considered felonies. And so that impacts not only your life, but your education, your housing, your job. Like, you can't go anywhere. I remember when I got out and they asked me, you know, at Goodwill, I went to go get a job there. They said, are you a convicted felon? And I said, yes. And when it was related to money, they said, whoa, we can't hire you. So Goodwill, who hires convicted felons.
Right. So this law expunges the record of somebody who was a victim, right?
Yes.
Before they became a survivor.
Mm-hmm. And I was told it would take 96 years to expunge my record in 2016. So I fought actively.
Imagine the audacity of Goodwill, who gets free stuff from everybody and then resells it and hires convicted felons, telling somebody we can't hire you because you're a convicted felon. The audacity of Goodwill. The audacity.
To get this changed, not only for myself, but for other victims and survivors. People wanted to request a pardon from Governor John Bel Edwards, and I was like, no, do not do that. I want something that will impact all victims.
So many people owe you a debt of gratitude, and we thank you for sharing your story with us. And you mentioned the governor, and the governor's wife is here today, First Lady Donna Edwards. In the show, we hear how children in the foster care system are often very vulnerable to traffickers. And I know that's another subject matter that you are so committed to. Talk about how you're working to improve the foster care system to make them less vulnerable, and you're also tying faith into it.
Right, so I just want to say thank you to Michelle. Thank you, thank you. Well, 60% of children in foster care have some type of connection to trafficking. Most often their family are trafficking them. And so that's a pretty high percentage. And so one of the things that we started is called One Church, One Family, One Child. Pretty easy. Lots of churches are already doing it within their churches. We just wanted to put a name to it and make it an initiative, and we rolled it out a couple of months ago. But basically it says if every church would recruit one family within their church, and that one family go through the foster care program, become a foster family, take in a child, hopefully, you know, children, siblings, and then that that church family wrap themselves around that family, the foster family, and that child hopefully will one day go back to the home, because every child wants to go back home. Right. And then that child goes back home to the biological home, and that child goes into that home and has still a foster family and has a church family still there supporting them and still there for them. And so, you know, hopefully there'll be more than just one family recruited. But in our state alone, we have over 4,000 churches in our state, and we have over 4,000 children in foster care at any given time. So it matches up. And so we just, you know, that is a number that matches, and we hope and pray that our churches step up to the plate and recruit families within their churches.
Fabulous initiative. And you mentioned one very poignant statistic. Another is 68% of trafficked people wind up in the ER, and yet 90% go unrecognized by the medical personnel who treat them. Dr. Hunter, talk to us about some of the legislation that Louisiana has passed to mandate education and the importance of doing that, particularly with medical personnel and educators, people that might be on the first line of defense for the kids.
Yes, so we've spoken with countless providers, medical providers and personnel who says, we don't know what to look for. You know, we know they're in our hospitals, we know they're coming in our clinics, but we don't know what to look for. So we created a badge buddy. And this is something that medical providers can wear just like they wear every other badge with some of their important information. We've gotten permission with hospital systems to allow them to create a new one. And that has the indicators on one side of what to look for a victim. And on the other side, what do you do if a victim is identified or if you suspect that someone is a victim? What are the processes and protocols? So they can wear it. They can have it right there with them every day. And that's just a game changer.
I'm sure it is. What are some of the signs we should be looking for?
Yes, so victims present, they're withdrawn often. I mean, sometimes if they present in a hospital or in a school, they don't want to be identified. Michelle mentioned sometimes they don't know their victims, but they do know that they're experiencing trauma. And so oftentimes they're withdrawn. They may not have a residence or an address that they can share. They may not have any identification or a license or phone, or, you know, they may not have eaten, so they may be food deprived or feeling malnourished. And so as we saw in the documentary, being that educator or that medical provider to just say, how are you doing? Right. What's going on? You know, can make the world of difference for a victim or a survivor.
On that note, Mr. Cogar, let's say you do see something that you think is suspicious, that just doesn't sound quite right. And we need to reiterate that this happens everywhere, not just in the sleazy motels, but the five-star hotels. You see something, what do? Do you confront? Do you take a picture? What should somebody do?
Well, I would say kind of the whole adage is if you see something, say something. So I would encourage someone, if they see something, to report it to law enforcement. I would dissuade the public from getting involved in a way that would put themselves in danger. or anything like that. But I would say that they can and should report it to law enforcement, and which they can do in a number of ways. They can, of course, call the local law enforcement, or if they want to report it directly to us, there's numerous ways in which they can get the information to us, whether it be through 1-800-CALL-FBI, whether it be through the National Human Trafficking Hotline.
I'm going to pause this right here just in case anybody wants to write this down, put it in their phone or whatever the case.
Yeah.
It sounds easy with the local law enforcement. We just saw something where someone wanted to make a report to local law enforcement. They didn't do anything. So, just so you guys have this information, I'm going to put it in my phone as well while we're talking about this, because I think that this is good information for anybody to have, especially now. So I just want to pause this and give everybody an opportunity to, grab whatever you have. So
yeah, it's too much at times, man, isn't it? It's just like,
yeah, because we're not playing no games over here on this side. This is not, this is not just for, content or whatever the case. This is, real here. And I want to make sure people have these numbers, and I want to make sure I have these numbers, because never know when you might need it. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. I want to put my notes in here and put the tips.fbi.gov. All right. And I'm just saving that. All right, we can go on.
Whether it be anonymously on our tips.fbi.gov website, or they can call the National Threat Operations Center. So those are the ways in which they can get the information directly to us.
So if you see something strange happening, maybe in a hotel, do you tell the front desk or do you just call the FBI hotline? I don't know how quickly somebody could respond to that, but you sort of want to raise some sort of alert.
Excuse me, in an instance like that, I would say the best responder is to call local law enforcement, because they're first responders. The FBI is not first responders. So if they see something that needs immediate attention, they need to call local law enforcement.
One of the things I remember now, when we were interviewing Allie, she had mentioned that oftentimes female traffickers, which to me that was even counterintuitive, will often accompany the young person to the person's room. And then somebody else will be standing watch nearby to make sure that they in fact go inside. Yes, of course you can speak to that.
So a lot of times victims are placed together. So for instance, I was a bottom. And so a lot of people would say, oh, you're a trafficker. And so what happens is victims compete in the stable, because you compete to be able to have the most, affection or love from the trafficker. Because at the same time, there's a trauma bond. So no victim shows up and they're like, I want to prostitute, or I want to do all these horrific things. The trafficker does a grooming process. And so each victim is groomed according to the walk of life that they come from. And so a lot of times, for me, I experienced sexual abuse all my life. The first 24 years of my life, I never consented to any of the sex that took place. And so I never received help. Nobody ever came in. Every time I reported, sexual abuse throughout my childhood, nobody ever did anything. So my trafficker, he basically used that against me, and he pretended he was the savior. He was going to save me from everything. And so I started developing a trauma bond. And usually it'll start off like boyfriend and girlfriend, or it'll be, me bringing my friend over. And then they start having a relationship. So a lot of times traffickers, if it's not a family member, they're in some type of intimate relationship with the girls. And so everybody is in a stable, and they're all called wife-in-laws or wifeys. And there's the bottom. Well, the bottom is in charge of making sure the operation runs smoothly. So for instance, if a girl tried to leave, I would allow them to leave. I would say, I'm getting in the shower. You have 10 minutes to get out. And what I would do is I'd just soak my body, and then I'd get out the shower and I would call him and I would say, she ran. But I would still get beat. So people have this perception that bottoms are another form of the trafficker. But really, we're the weakest link in the stable. We're the most brainwashed. We're the most, robotic with the trafficker.
Your story is extraordinary, and thank you for sharing it with us. And you talk about, just different backgrounds, and yours sounds very familiar to the ones that we interviewed, right? Many of them were sexually abused as children, and yet not everybody is. So I would ask you too, in the women that you've met, and the young boys too, I'm sure, some of them are probably coming from privileged backgrounds. Maybe they had perfect childhoods, but somehow they are lured in. How does that happen? College kids sometimes.
So my trafficker, he was big on anyone from any walk of life. He wanted big money, so my quota was $10,000 a night. He preferred females that are, not strung out on drugs, come from, you could come from a bad background, or you could be in college. And my trafficker would prey on, he had recruiters. So in trafficking, not only do you have the victims, the trafficker, but you have recruiters. And so they would go into the colleges and recruit girls. And then they would also recruit guys to be a part of the operation.
Well, surely they're not going there and saying, would you like to become a prostitute? How do they recruit?
They go there and they'll say, oh, do you want to be in a music video, or do you want to be a model? And then, then they would bring them to the pimp. There was a recording studio where they would just bring all the college kids there. I was trafficked with a girl in the Army. She would go to military camp on the weekends and train there. He liked having her because if we got pulled over, she could pull out her ID for the military. Another girl, her dad was a preacher, her mom was a teacher, and she was in grad school. And she just, she just wanted that love, and he was there to provide that.
That's just terrifying. Mrs. Edwards, you're going to be leaving office in January, but you're still so committed to this cause. Tell us how you're going to stay active on the national level and how you're working with other first spouses to really accomplish some ground in this fight.
Right. So we started during COVID. Zooms, and invited all the first spouses across the country to join in and to educate them about how it was happening in their own backyards and throughout their communities. And so after that, we realized that everybody was contacting us and wanting to learn and know more about human trafficking. And so out of that came the National Coalition for the Prevention of Human Sex Trafficking. So we started a coalition of spouses. And so we're starting to pick up speed and educating them. And we're starting Zoom summits and continuing that with our office of Governor's Office of Trafficking. And I'm going to continue doing that work and educating, bringing awareness and prevention.
It's one of the biggest myths, and I guess I was probably part of it too, thinking that it's happening elsewhere, right? Not in our own backyards. We think it's somebody else's problem on the border or something.
Well, that's right. And we've seen that through this documentary, that it is in our own backyard. And I think that's what, this documentary was all about, that it's not a foreign issue. It is here locally, and it doesn't take a superhero to save our children and these men and women. It's our local law enforcement. They get involved, and us who can see something and say something and help.
That was the key. As you said, it's everybody's problem.
Everybody's problem.
Everybody needs to speak up.
That's right.
And when they do, there are resources available here. So Dr. Hunter, tell us about, maybe somebody's watching this. If I could only get that help, what exists?
Yes, Karen, if I could just speak to very briefly the coercion that everyone has talked about. When we think of human trafficking, people often say, why don't they leave? If we can only imagine, traffickers use tactics such as psychological coercion. That means they find a vulnerability, they find something that a person is looking for. That could be something as simple as love and acceptance, which even us and in our families, we want love and acceptance. And so they find that vulnerability. It could be food, a basic need, someone in foster care who needs housing. They find that vulnerability and they prey on it and they coerce their victims and to come and to meet that need, but it comes at a high cost.
Indeed.
It comes at a very high cost. And when people say, why don't they leave? If we can only think about, we have the images of chains and handcuffs, but survivors of trafficking and victims while they're in it, they're not handcuffed, but they're told, I will kill you. I will murder your child. And they're physically and sexually assaulted to extents that we cannot imagine. They have to work long hours in the field, labor trafficking, which a lot of people don't talk about, but work long hours in hospitals, in hotel rooms, long hours in places, and they don't get days off. And so when we talk about if they go to a hospital, they're going because they can no longer make profit for that person because they're injured in such a way. They're physically exhausted. And so when we talk about resources, mental health services, to really help victims begin to cope with the trauma that they've gone through, lifelong trauma. So helping them to recover, helping them to get trauma-focused, victim-centered services, housing, legal services, employment. We talked about all of those things that will reduce their vulnerabilities is so important.
And where would you direct them to go?
Yes, so thankfully, through our office, with the support of First Lady Edwards and our Survivor Council, we have the state's first statewide resource directory. It's humantrafficking.la.gov. We have a statewide map with just about every resource available to victims and survivors in our state by region. And so it's one of a kind, and we're very proud of it.
Indeed, and we look at you, Michelle, that healing is possible. Yet how likely is it that a victim turned survivor could be victimized again?
So usually victims are always vulnerable. So just because they become a survivor, that doesn't mean that they won't be exploited again. So for instance, when you think about placement, so me as, with my record, it's getting expunged currently, but I remember going to a place and I even called FBI and I was like, look, they're telling me I can't rent. And I'm like, I'm a victim, why?
Right.
And they told FBI that I could go to the hood. But when you look at the hood, like the inner cities, that's where all the sex offenders are placed. That's the most impoverished community in our towns. And so when we look at that, children who are sexually abused, if they're living in poverty in those areas where there's 800 sex offenders placed within like a 2-mile radius, 5-10 mile radius, they're gonna be re-victimized again. I personally, fell victim to Hurricane Ida and every storm that came after it. And my house was damaged. And the insurance company, they're not doing their part. I've been displaced for going on 2.5 years. And so when I lost everything, I was vulnerable. And when we think about vulnerabilities of people, you could lose everything. And then it kind of makes you more vulnerable. And so because I had a support system in place and, everything worked out to where I was able to be in an Airbnb for months and somebody provided. And, I was so thankful because I could have been re-exploited.
And now you're an advocate helping so many other people heal. I think about so many parents that'll be watching this piece, and there's another statistic, 40% are recruited online, 80% are sold online. When we're thinking about ways we can protect our kids, first Mr. Cogar, and then I'd ask the First Lady too, what can we do as parents to try to protect our kids from this?
Well, as a parent, I would say first and foremost, our parents need to educate themselves. Information is power. When they are able to educate themselves on the threats that are out there, they're able to then talk to their children to find out if they're victims of said threats. They need to also be proactively engaged in their children's lives, not just present. They need to be proactively engaged. They need to know who their children are hanging out with, where they're hanging out. They need to know what they're doing online, not just the open internet, but I'm talking also about the myriad of social media sites, the online gaming platforms. Our children today are falling victim to all of these platforms, and they're being victimized throughout all of it. So parents' awareness is the main thing, and proactive engagement. And I also think they need to not shy away from those difficult conversations. Engage your children, have those conversations, and see what they're involved in, and open those lines of communication where they feel safe in talking to you and coming to you if they are victims.
I would imagine you would probably.
Well, that's pretty much everything we said, right? Before we even saw this or anything like that, that is pretty much every single last thing we said. So there you have it. Like, I mean, there it is. There it is.
That's everything that we've been trying to say on the plate.
Everything that we've said. Everything that we said. Literally. You just ran down the list of you don't believe me? Rewind back, because this is literally everything we said before we even watched this. And I'm thankful that he said the same exact thing. We have to have these conversations. Absolutely.
They echo all of that.
100% agree with everything you just said. And I think too, just like, I say this so often, just like we teach our kindergartners to stop, drop, and roll.
Right.
I go through scenarios with your children and say, this could happen. And if you go to this place, this dark hole, or you get into a situation where you're so scared, or somebody uses this bribery situation over you, this is what you need to do.
Phenomenal.
When the worst case scenario, know that we love you. And it doesn't matter what you do, we love you regardless. And
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but we are out of time. This has been so illuminating. We just want to close with some more resources, phone numbers, and websites that are available to both human trafficking victims and survivors, and to report information about suspected trafficking. The National Human Trafficking Hotline is 1-888-373-7888. The FBI hotline is 1-800-CALL-FBI. Louisiana State Police also have a hotline, and that number is 1-800-434-8007. The website, humantrafficking.la.gov, has a full page of resources, as does the First Lady's Foundation, louisianafirstfoundation.com. And you can find even more resources and watch our documentary, Turning the Tide, a story of hell, healing, and hope, anytime on the website, turningthetidefilm.org. Thank you to our guests for joining us and for the work you're doing to fight the problem. And thank you for joining us. Have a good evening.
All right. And there we have it. So who's ready? Who's ready?
Well, I'm just going to repeat myself if I say anything. So come on in the chat. If you want to say something, then let's have it. Because, it's not about us just coming up here and speaking. It's about you guys and what you think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've said everything that I need to say. They repeated everything that I've already said. They have the blueprint for everything that we want to do. There's other things, of course, that have to take place as well, which we've spoken about before. as far as, other intricacies that, were not named here, but, things that go on in the background in order to make this successful and move forward. But at the end of the day, who's ready to be part of the solution is the question. Who's ready to be part of the solution? Because we done heard people sit and talk and say all this other stuff. Who is ready to be part of the solution? That's all I need to know. Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready to be a part of the solution. Put a 2 in the chat if you need more time. That's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, at that point, and for all those who are going to watch this on playback, ask yourself, am I ready to be a part of the solution, or do I need more time? That's it. That's it. It's time to put your, the saying, time to put your money where your mouth is. It's time to put your action where your mouth is. That's it. And that's what we're about here. That is what we're about here. That's what we're doing here. That's what my channel is about. That is why I'm pushing so hard and trying so hard to get monetized, because this is what I want to spend my money on. This is what I want to be able to have in. I don't want to have to wait for people to donate me. I want my channel to be making, tons of money so that I don't need anything. Whatever I need to do, I can just do it. And I can just, take care of it. If I need to purchase a building, I can purchase a building. If I need to maintenance a building, I can maintenance a building. If I have to hire people to do, then I can hire. Like, I don't want to even, I love donations. However, I rather have it off the channel and just be like, you know what, the channel's making so much and we're able to do this with the channel. That's it. We have to get lawyers. We have to get, we have to be in touch with law enforcement. We have to have advocates. We have to have people that are out here putting stickers out. We have to have people out here that are talking to, talking in schools and speaking to parents and encouraging people and looking out for, what's going on, when their back is turned and what they see. People at truck stops that are handing out pamphlets and things like that. We have a whole country over here, and this is just United States. Imagine the world. We have a whole country, and the United States is not small. It is huge. It is huge, and you guys are all over the world. So it's not just here. That's all I need to know is who's ready, because we've just been talking about it and we've been moving. We've been doing things. We've been showing and proving. But, there's other people that think that, oh, yeah, this is play. This is just something for entertainment. No, I'm not here for entertainment. I'm not here for entertainment. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to make a difference, and that's what I'm going to do. That's what God has put me in this place to do. He has opened these doors wide open and showed me that I am definitely in the place that I need to be in. So I just need to know who else is down. That's it. That's it.
And you speak so eloquently, Steph. Every single time that you do this, you speak so eloquently about it as well. And I think that makes a massive difference as well, because sometimes it's easy for people to just sit back and see this as entertainment. It's not entertainment. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yep, absolutely.
It's like you're just watching a TV program and you're going, oh, I can't believe this. Oh, I can't believe this, and throwing your hands up in the air and going. But then what do? You go and make a cup of tea.
Right.
As opposed to actually doing something about it.
Right.
And it frustrates the absolutely enormity out of me, because when I think what I've done, right? So if what I've done, how many years have you worked in this kind of sector?
For me, for children,
yeah.
I've been working with kids since I was a kid.
Yep.
Since I was a child myself, I've been working with kids, and I do have a story that goes with this, but I'm not going to tell it today. I'm going to wait until another day to tell it. But
yeah, no, that's fine. But just roughly how many years would you say that you've been
30, 35. Maybe
right.
36.
So you've got 35 years with one person, right? And then you've got So I've been working in this business since 2012. So well, prior to that, actually, with children. So you've got another 20 years. And so collectively, we've got 55 years just between two people of work in this industry and working on, sorting this kind of stuff out. And and that's just between two of us. So what we need people to start doing is stop just typing and actually get to business, man. And I'm not speaking to people in the side chat. I'm speaking to the actual people that we're going to be getting in contact with that can actually do something about this.
Yep. We've got to demand more. We've got to demand more. This is the time to demand more and not to let go until we get what our until our demands are met. We've got to demand more. This Cookie, thank you for dropping the petition. This petition is so important. I did speak to Father Jeffrey about the petition as well, and he definitely agreed. And I know Bonnie had sent it over to him before I spoke to him about it, so he already had it and had knowledge of it. So we need to, there's so much, there's so many branches of this tree, and we just need to get in and start moving.
Do you want me to read the petition out for people that don't know what it says?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we could do that, and then before we end,
just for those that don't know, so I wrote the initial letter, and then Steph turned it into a petition, which we're trying to get as many signatures on that petition, and it doesn't matter what country you're from. You can click the link, you can sign the petition. It may ask you for a donation. Please, well, it's up to you if you want to give a donation to them, but know that donation doesn't come to us. Right, okay? So after I've read this out, I will drop Steph's link, I will drop Mike's PayPal link as well. And if you want to donate towards the cause, then those are the two PayPal addresses that you can donate to. But you can click, literally there's a button that says skip. Just click skip and sign the petition. That's what I'm saying. Right, so the letter goes: a new community of global citizens have gathered to assist with locating the other 500,000 missing. And no, that's not the one that I wrote.
There's a couple. I changed a couple things, but it's still yours. It's still yours.
Oh, right. Okay. So
like, I tweaked it. I tweaked it because I'm good with going and with people. You'll see. You'll be like, "Ooh, good grief!" Yeah.
Okay. So a new community of global citizens that have gathered to assist with locating the over 500,000 missing and exploited children in America and abroad due to neglect, teleportation, and other nefarious reasons. We have reason to believe, due to recent and ongoing reports, that these children are being teleported for purposes of our SRA. And I need to be really careful with this, don't I? And
just go ahead. We're at the end anyway. You might as well go ahead. We're at the end. We're about to turn it off anyway, so YouTube can get mad. We'll blame Mike.
Not only is this heinous in every way imaginable, but it's unacceptable for any nation, especially in an advanced nation in 2025. Recent explosive headlines involving infamous players such as Sean Combs and Mike Jeffries have intensified the need for transparency and immediate change. Dock workers have reported hearing screams from locked shipping containers coming in and out of the US ports. These containers are presumed not to be inspected for safety or illicit activity. These reports and stories are extremely disheartening and infuriating. This type of blatant ignorance and neglect for human safety needs to end right now. According to Google statistics, they show that in the United States, only 3% of ocean shipping containers, 24% of truck containers, and 90% of rail freight containers are physically inspected. That means that the United States is willingly ignoring the potential for teleportation, illicit activity, and other nefarious intention. All incoming and outgoing shipping containers and teleportation vessels should be inspected 100% of the time, no exceptions. This is the only way to prevent human teleportation and stop these children from vanishing without a trace. Children are the most vulnerable and important part of life. By choosing to be silent, we are not only traumatizing these children for the rest of their lives, if they even get to live, but we are also creating a very bleak future for our nation. I pray you take this letter seriously and assist us with our mission to find these children and prevent this from ever happening again. Any dismissal of this request will prove you to be not only complicit, but also a part of the problem. Thank you for your support. There we go, peeps. That's it.
What you think, Murph?
I think that was much better than mine. I saw that there were parts of mine in there.
No, yours was the blueprint. I know how to turn the knife on making you feel like crap. And I was like, I want them to feel like crap. Like, she called us complicit. Like, yeah, you're complicit, buddy. You understand? You know what's going on. So yeah, I'm good with just turning the screws on something. But Murph, this is Murph's letter. The petition was taken from Murph's letter. All I did was put a couple of buzzwords in there to
listen. It doesn't matter to me. I don't have an ego. I literally don't have an ego. It's got nothing to do with me. And I think, like I just said, I think that, there's elements of both of us in there, and I think that that's important. I think it's real, because when you're working as part of a team, I think that everything needs to be brought together. So I think, even if, mind you, saying that, if we'd have sent it to Mike would have just gone, hell no.
Yeah, Mike don't care. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Whatever you do. That's what he tells me all the time. That's fine, whatever. But yeah. I had to add a couple of things that, culturally, for like American culture, some words
I love it.
Stand out more than others with them. So, as a, first world country or whatever, develop something, because that's what they say about themselves. Like, you're a first world country acting like, you can't solve this simple problem. So yeah, it's more of a,
yeah, you said one of the most developed countries in 2025, and that's true.
Right. So that's basically playing on your pride right now. So, those are the little things that you have to knock them down a peg with their pride. Like, you say that you're, one of the most developed countries, and look at what you're doing. How do most developed countries get away with doing stuff like this? It's just like,
Absolutely. And yeah, no, I honestly, and I genuinely mean this, and we can speak about it afterwards, and I'll tell you the same thing. But I honestly think that you took what I initially made and you've made it better, but you've still used portions of what I used as well. So yeah. I think
I couldn't have done it without the blueprint.
No, it's called a coalition. It's called a coalition. We're best. Yeah. Like, I don't give honestly. I don't give two craps about it. What I give a crap about is that letter gets seen by people that it needs to be seen by, and
absolutely.
the fact the sheer mention of the fact that only 3%, right, of shipping containers are inspected.
Yep.
I mean, we're not even now just talking. We're not just talking about teleportation now. We're talking about everything.
Right. Substances, people,
weapons.
Mhm.
Do you know what I mean? It's like 3%.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
I want to Linda said, Stephanie, one thing, keep in mind, there's actual transporters that watch these channels just to see how they can get away with crime. So ones who want to please help, please be discreet. Let me give a message to all of potential transporters that might come into here or come through us. We're coming for you.
Exactly.
Your time is over. You are not greater than my God. And he said, your time is done.
There we go.
Okay.
And that's my sister talking. That's my sister.
So with that being said, I just want to thank everybody for coming out and joining us tonight. We had a great live, another great live. Mike didn't troll us today, so that was wonderful. And I can't remember what was the person that brought in all the people. Thank you. I can't remember the name right now.
Survivor.
Who came in?
They were called Survivor.
Survivor. Thank you so much for sharing us with your subscribers and for coming in and joining us. And for anyone else, Ms. Gothi, thank you for sharing us with your TikTok followers as well. Anything that we can do to spread this, anything that we can do to build these channels. You guys know I'm still trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. Like I said before, you can run it, watch it over and over. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is you want to do with it, have anybody subscribe. Whatever. This is what we're trying to do. If you want to know why it is so important for me to get monetized and move my channel, go back into this video, watch what it is, because they are literally showing you exactly what it is we're trying to do on the level of helping victims, helping children, helping families stay together, being the solution, being a part of making this world a better place. One person, one entity, one event, one activity at a time. So I'm so grateful to you guys. Thank you so much.
Leave it for 1 minute before we say goodbye, because I've just posted your website link, your channel link and your PayPal as well, right? And just trust when we say that any money that goes into that PayPal isn't directly for Steph. It goes straight. Whenever we're doing lives about finding the kids and stuff like that, and helping people, all of that money will go into the fund that we are, trying to create so that we can do more things like get T-shirts, like get caps and get the word out there, create websites and stuff like that. Right.
Yep. And I also have Cash App. If anybody wants to donate, it's you don't have to, but if that's how you feel like you want to be a blessing, you want to help, then I do have Cash App. If you're on my page.
No, I can drop that now. 2 seconds.
Okay. I was about to say, if you're on my page, it's all over there as well. If you need to Zelle, then you'll have to email me, because that's a little bit more in depth there, but we can do that. People have done that as well. So, like I said, guys, thank you so much for everything that you are, everything that you do. Thank you for wanting to be a part of this. We appreciate and love everyone here. This was our first stream of 2 channels at one time, and it was great. Like I said, Mike didn't troll us. We will be back tomorrow, same time, both the channels. to talk some more with you guys. And just know that regardless of what you see us up here talking about, sometimes it'll be about the kids, sometimes it'll be about some other stuff. The reason why we do it is always for what you saw tonight. Always for what you saw tonight. Okay, so don't lose focus, don't lose hope, don't think that we forgot. We are always working in the background. Murph, you want to say anything else before we get out of here?
I just want to pour praise on you, Steph, because you're just like, you're a Mad Hatter, but you're my sister, and you're like the driving force behind this, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I've done my bit as well, and continue to do my bit, and Mike does his bit. But for me, Steph is the backbone to this whole thing. So I think we just need to pour some love towards Steph and Jay as well, because you know Jay supports our Steph. And you know what I mean. She's spending this time with us, trying to make a difference, and that's her husband, and he supports her in all she does. So I just want to send applause to you both, because you're
so much
amazing people.
Thank you so much. And yes, Carla, if you want to go listen to me read you a story before you go to bed, go over to I'm Just Saying VB and listen to me read my first book. The whole book is on there. I read it. You know, a shout out to Plotter and Rowan for inspiring that. And yeah, if you guys want a story time with me, go back and play that video and you can listen to the whole book and fall asleep. So Carla, absolutely enjoy that. You guys have a great night. My brother, I love you to death. You know, always. Tahir is sound asleep, but we love Tahir, as always, the greatest producer of all time. And Mike, all the way on the other side of the world, giving back and helping people.
One more thing to say, Steph. One more thing. 29 Black.
29 Black, right. And don't forget, Quad Squad. So, you know, Mike's 3 channels, my one, that's 4. Be part of the Quad Squad. Get them all. All right, guys. You have a great rest of your night, and we will see you back here tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good one, guys.
Love you all. See you later.
Love you. Bye.